Good evening, folks. Welcome to the program tonight. So this is your Wednesday edition of All Things Considered, right here on the Diaspora Informative News Outlet, Liberia Public Radio. Welcome to the show.
Analine para galo nebo, analine para galo nebo, anaelo malono na atamio, malono na atamio.
Okay, folks, we want to welcome all our viewers and listeners across the globe. Thank you so much for sharing your evening with us here. I'm Alfonso Zean, so to be like Republic Radio and LPR-TV. A beautiful song from Greater Liberia, Banga, Bon County, one of the battleground states. Hey, Bill Willie, good evening. Thank you so much for being part of this program always, every evening. Gerald, Ambrose, Calonge, and Abraham Bangles, and Aloysius Grievous. Thank you so much for coming here this evening. So welcome to the show. This is the Wednesday editions of All Things Considered. 20 days to go. A lot of alarming and troubling news we are hearing, we are getting, and hopefully we together, all of us, going to have those discussions right here on the Diaspora Informative News Magazine, Liberia Public Radio. Thank you so much. And this is what we do. We bring you the traditions. Well, Liberia stands for Harrison White, Ambulai Cooper, or Mr. AC. Good evening, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, to no matter whatever, depending on your location and where you are tuning in. We are very, very much delighted to always have you right here on the Diaspora Informative News Outlet. Very shortly, the panelists, the analysts, contributors, they will scramble here in tonight's editions of All Things Considered. And of course, you too will form part of this conversation. We are getting some staggering news. We yet to validate those information because we intend. I try to speak with authorities at the National Election Commission, Public Relations Officer here in Flomo. They did not pick up our call, and we yet to verify to get their side of the story. And this is what LPR is all about: making news fair, balanced, and proportionate in our conversation to Mother Africa and the African, plus African diaspora is watching. Man, why will you take all of these names here and what you expect for us to take? But I love that name tag. It seems to be inclusive. It involves it outline who you are, what we do. Christopher Lottie Tobasi, a strong guy of the CDC, is here. He's, I think, research officer to strategy to the Prince Sharif show. He's a very diehard citizen. That for sure I can say. Good evening, my dear brother and friend. Welcome. This network, we do not sanction voices. We do not intend to leave people behind. Everybody should be forming part of the process. You own Liberia, I own Liberia, all of us own Liberia, and so we must always include people in international conversation. Welcome, my sister. And now we're right there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mr. Dakinant Ibrahim. I'm calling it the other way. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on your location. I am your host, your angered presenter, Alfonso Zean, so right here on the Diaspora Informative News Outlet. This is the rhythm that introduces the program All Things Considered, right here on the Diaspora Informative News Outlet. Stay tuned, we will get this program on the way right here, right now. Let's have a conversations, hold tight. Don't let anybody drive you crazy because you are about to articulate the visions of your political ideologies. Let's go. Welcome to the show. I'm Alfonso Zean. Here we go. We are about to pick up. welcome. This is the Liberia Public Radio. I am Alfonso Zean, so we want to welcome our viewers and listeners across the globe. Please do me a favor. If my audio is in good shape, no feedback, nothing, I don't want anything annoying your ear because I wouldn't like to do that as well. Just somebody give me a thumbs up and an indication that it's okay, then we can get a program going. I want to make sure that it's good from my side. So any analysts are coming in here with corrupted audio here this evening, they're gonna pay the price because we do not want to. We want our viewers, we want our listeners, we want our followers to get what we are saying, and we also get what they are saying. Honest Silat, good evening to welcome. This is the building that has been heavily contested for in the West African state of the Republic of Liberia. By the way, is a Venetia's good evening to welcome. Are you coming with the liberal talk here? The liberal yesterday infiltrated my system and there was glitches, feedback, and all of that. Venetia, to you, my good guy, but it looks like you are being indoctrinated by this liberal on this network here, and I'm getting a little bit concerned about that. We will see that. Breakable, good evening to welcome. Yes, indeed, it's okay. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Henry. And this is what we like here because we can just do it by ourselves. Without you, we will not be here. It is because of you, not that you don't get work to do, not that you're not able to do what we are doing, but everybody should know their own potential, what they can do, what they cannot do. Be yourself. It's all about it. And that's how the society works. People should be doing different things. There are things that you guys great at doing that can do it. And so there's no way that I'm going to try copycat or do some sort of a duplication to just to satisfy people. No, people should discover their own potential, what they can do and what they're good at doing. That it is why it is. Today is Wednesday, time a week, and this is All Things Considered right here on the Diaspora Informative News Outlet. That's the executive mansion. This building is so beautiful. I too want to go in this building. I wish they would have NEC has reopened the process. Maybe who knows? I can form my own party. And what's that? Nothing wrong with that. I could form my own party. We can do that. We have been destined to have this national conversation for the good of the country, whether people like it or not, what we're saying, whether it's to their taste or not. We have to do what we're supposed to do, and that's part of it. And we must do it with honesty, So that is what important. Well, let's see whether we can make some money on our own because a little LPR we on our own because we refuse to speak the minds of this party to play into the narrative, to play into the soundbite, or to be a mouthpiece to throw out conspiracy innuendos, subliminal messages. So for the most part, we reach out to them, but it's at their own volition. They don't want to come. But they are good friends who do business with us. And for those of you, even if you're in Liberia, you are here, you want to advertise your business, it's in Liberia, you want a live stream event, a memorable event, it doesn't matter your location. We have the ability to do that. Just let us know and we will work with you. So, and we are working hard, trying to do everything. We're going to be working on a system network in Liberia, making preparation. Hopefully, we have the resources because we have to check into our own late 8-hour double shift and all of that in order to also bring what is happening inside Liberia. So, if anybody, God touches your heart, and you think what we are doing here is worth doing, or you believe in giving to institutions, not necessarily Alfonso So or the liberal, and you can do that. And Venetia is one of our regular giver here. We are making preparation to see how we can give the process, electoral process coverage as well. Traditionally, this is what we do. Most of the time, you see the analysts here at their own squeeze, their own pocket, all of us. And the good thing about our guys, they are volunteering. Nobody is on salary. But those guys have been with us 11, 12 years, very consistent. How many of us can volunteer in that direction? So if you want to give, so let us know. I put a cash out before, but you never even receive what? No, the penny. So What's the point? But if you want to do it, just reach out to us. Let us know. We also want to form part of the process. So let's play a quick commercial to see Dr. George Toto, our senior analyst based in Pittsburgh, active community leader, also a strong supporter of the human rights advocate, the Brunga consulate, once say Gonglo. But I got some news here this evening. I'm yet to validate the authenticity. I talked to multiple people and I asked that one person to if I can do the recording because we are not in the tradition of just breaking you. So. And not just only that, there was some images sent, which brings into question. Now I have something with me for which I can argue. I yet to prove it, and I have to reach out. I reached out with the National Election Commission. Public Relations Officer Harry Flomo, they did not pick up our call. We will insist, but something is happening. Something unusual is going on, and I'm wondering whether this is true. And I have no reason this person will lie to make up story because, first of all, I just introduced it and said, "Oh, wait a minute, this has happened to me and multiple people." She sent some information that I can count on to say yes. This process, I can now say, is in trouble. But we'll wait and see. We will not be judgmental. But based on the information, the electoral process, we're still holding out there to charge those men and women who have been charged to perform a task for the country, but that the elections will be credible, free, fair. Let's take this quick commercial break, and I'm going to be bringing Dr. Toto and the rest of the guys who want to join us here. Let's take this commercial break, and I will be right back. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to Fiber Queen off of Woodland. Everyone that's looking for a nice African for wedding, whatever fiber you need, you can just come over here. You have all this nice stuff. If you need a Chevy, you guys can come over here for baby shower, for wedding. You guys are welcome. She have really nice stuff. You can see all over there, all those men over here. You don't have to go to the theater and then they're going to be telling you all kinds of stories. You can just come here. They're already made. And for ladies, you can just look for whatever fiber you're looking for and match it for the men. And, your husband already have a shirt made. You can get stuff for your kids. You can get stuff for the whole family. We have African slippers and Ashobi hair ties all over. We have different kinds of lists and everything. So you guys are welcome, okay? It's really nice. It's Fiber Queen on 6695 off of Woodland. 6625 Woodland Avenue, okay? So you guys are welcome. You have nice stuff here for ladies, for men, for kids, and for everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Fabric Queen of Philadelphia. Fabric Queen of Philadelphia is 100% African-owned business. At Fabric Queen, we are specialized in high-quality wax product, Swiss lace, jewelry, and beauty products that will make you shine like the queen of fabrics. We are located at 6625 on Woodland Avenue, 10 Philadelphia. Telephone number 215-800-0228. Tell the management of Fabrics Queens in Philadelphia is Zean of the Liberia Public Radio gives you this message. Tell all Akwaba. evening, good evening. We want to welcome all our viewers and listeners across the globe. It's 8:21 Eastern Standard Time, little after 12 a.m. in the West African state of the Republic of Liberia. The clock is eating. Politicians, stakeholders are scrambling over this building. Potentially by the 11th or beyond the 11th of October, we will know the chief occupant of this building to be erected since the 60s and 64 officially to move inside. That is the race for the higher office of the lands is on the rise. This is all things considered. We are getting staggering information of how the voting process and some of the things that are happening. So we're going to be playing some of those audio, and there are some specific images sent to us. It is very, very alarming. That brings into questioning the credibility of this election. Standing by is our senior contributors, analysts of the Liberia Public Radio. So let's go to Pittsburgh. Dr. George Toto is a senior analyst of the Liberia Public Radio, support the candidacy of Councilor Tiawan Say Gongo, joining us right here. Let's turn to Minneapolis. A strong advocate of former Vice President Ambassador Joseph Newman Boykai. Terry Collins is our senior contributor here to the Liberia Public Radio, based in Minneapolis, and out of the rest of the globe are going to be joining us here. Gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the show and happy Wednesday. Dr. Toto, good to see you. I know you're work loaded now, so there are a lot of things going on here, but it's good to be back here. Thank you for your relentless effort in giving back to the community, Terry. And words are inadequate to express. We should be paying you guys here, many on CNN, Fox News, they make good bucks. If you Google, some of them make thousands of dollars. Or just can't go air in your, but you believe in giving back. Gentlemen, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. Okay, good. Okay, so today is Wednesday. This is All Things Considered. This program is perfectly suited to dip into your own talking point, things that matter to you. And of course, to all our viewers, our listening audience, we say good evening. You can throw your message on the live view as well, something you want us to chip in. Definitely, we can do it. Okay, Vinicius, I'm going to put that's the same 682 number is on Cash App and Zelle as well. But I'm going to put that. But thank you, Tanya, from the Garden City. Good evening, welcome. All things considered, let me come to Pittsburgh here to Dr. Toto. How many days we get to go now?
I think we have roughly about 2 weeks and some days for you to go for a national election in Liberia.
Okay. Does anybody have something on that? To keep the audio so we can go again. So, how far do you stand? Chara said he's in good shape. They had a good show out recently, and he wasn't here, but he was telling us here that, hey, Tiawan, we need that bomb. We can maybe get him at the judicial branch of the Ministry of Justice or Attorney General. He can do well there to carry that bomb and sweep the justice system so those cases on the docket can be expedited. Do you agree with him that he wants to surrender to your candidate in these early stages of this whole entire process? That's his argument he's been making here.
I know that's an argument of theory, but guess what? Why it is true that the race have been narrowed down to two major candidates in the race.
Did I hear you saying you've been narrowed down to two major candidates?
Definitely, I've been narrowed down to two major candidates in the race.
That's the honesty I like about you. Sese will not go down right. This Sese guy. So who are those two candidates? I'm a little bit curious.
President Weah and Ambassador Boyka. The race are narrowed down. If you look at the bureau pools that come from Liberia.
Okay, Les Marley Jones, senior analyst, is joining up. Jones, good evening. So welcome. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the bureau pools that come from Liberia, you look at the what we call crowd politics in Liberia. You see the CDC, the Unity Party, one another in terms of the numbers. The thing that if you look at the other presidential candidates, in terms of the numbers they are putting also to, you can see that the race have been narrowed down to the two major candidates. But despite we cannot say these other candidates are not relevant to the process. We have ANC or the CPP. They are very strong candidates in the race to. And they are putting a lot of forces out there too, and that's what they were going to. They were going to just 75. You just see recently the news, you had a huge endorsement in Bon County. And Bon County is one of the major battleground in terms of election. So you see he out there too, reaching out too. So who knows? I'll tell somebody or 2 or 10 will swear down on everything and will know who will be the top candidate in the race. But if you just sit and look at the numbers alone in terms of pulling the crowd, agitated politics, crowd politics in Liberia, you see that the election will be narrowed down to the 2 major candidates in CDC and UP.
True political analysis. That's Dr. Totot. I love that. Okay, let me go to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jones, good evening to welcome. Terry, this is all things considered. Look, too much is going on. You look into this other network, you read this other print media or whatever. People drawing their conclusions in different forms, in different shapes. This is all things considered. Where is your political mind leading you this evening? What is so much that we have not talked about or we are not talking about, we want to get out there in the public domain?
Yeah, actually, one of my concerns have been, even though it shouldn't be implied to political parties, but I think it should be accepted and considered, is the aspect of political parties emerging every elections. All right, the rise of new political leaders and political parties. People, most of the time that have served in government, come up and establish new political parties, vying for the presidency. That have been concerning, because I think that is one of the reasons why Liberia continues to fail. In my opinion, or someone vying for the presidency, at least it should take a longer period of time of service, a lifetime of service to country that should prepare you for the presidency. I don't agree with new political parties and new political leaders continuously emerging into our political atmosphere. I believe political leaders can allow themselves to be absorbed in major political parties and foster the agenda of Liberia if they are truly patriotic. But the aspect of every now and then, new political leaders coming up, everybody claiming that they have the ability to change the trajectory of the country, to me, I think that is one of the reasons why Liberia is having a serious problem.
Okay. So Mally Jones are going to tap into Terry here, because what Terry is doing here is being very calculative and try to shrink somebody who says, and when we look at the record of the guy that he supports, definitely that's the sort of red meat he's trying to play down now. So Terry is knowing where he's going. He's been very strategic in his argument here. So let's do a cutting edge into what he's saying here, and then you can come to what you are considering. Mally, let me just bring you in. You listen to Terry Collins, a strong supporter, advocate of Ambassador Jose Newman Boyka, someone who says in politics, more or less, should have the pathway to elevate into these proliferations of these parties. According to Terry, they must be hotter, and maybe if you're given a chance, he want those things hoted now, and they should decide. Let me get your insight.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and welcome, Dr. Toto. It's been a long time. And hello, Collins.
Yeah.
Well, I think I don't know what lens Collins is using to analyze the proliferation of the political party. But when we have decided to marry with the West, agree with all the tenets of democracy, it seems to be, even if the political party rise up to 100, I think we'll have to stay in that marriage. You getting me?
Loud and clear.
But I also want to agree with him on the other side. This is a very small country.
Why you like to play this sort of octopus politics? You disagree, you agree. Why are you always in
No. I
multiple
said I
places at
want
the
to
same time?
agree on another segment with him. It's not everything he said was right, but there's something he said was also well. It needs blessing. This is a
Thank you.
small country with 5 million people. All right.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a small country with 5 million people, and sometimes it's like I don't. It's not logical to see so many political parties coming, and all since 176 years now, nothing is happening in our country. And
wait a minute.
to even make it easier for Collins, Dr. Monuba even agreed with Collins. In here yesterday, he was in the Observer yesterday, and he was even questioning the logic of having two political parties. All right. So I think the issue is that I don't think it's about the parties, but it is about what the people want to do. But there's just a clear indication that most Liberians are they agree. Everybody wants to be leader in Liberia. I think it's a matter of greed. I think so. Because they come at the end of the day, after they exercise, you don't see them no more. Not at all. You see? But again, NEC and the government try to satisfy that proliferation because we are in democracy. And if you qualify, you have to register and you have to run. I think that way they
Okay. This conversation is about to get interesting. Someone is joining us inside the motherland of Liberia. I believe he has established his political identity here. Our man Prince Kamara is in the motherland. He's joining us from inside Liberia. What is that?
It is my pleasure to get on the line with you guys. My brother Toto, Mr. So and everybody else, all of the panelists. I would say it is my pleasure to rejoin you guys once more. And it's election season, so it's time to just jump right into it. I am live and direct from Monrovia, Liberia. I won't specifically say the location, but I'm in Monrovia, Liberia, and it is my pleasure to join you guys tonight.
I'm trying to capture the image and the symbol on that blue because the blue, we can easily identify the colors of it. What I can't, my glasses, the lenses are not too good. Okay, I see that, right, what, we are 2023?
George, we are
Absolutely.
2023.
Okay, that's the beauty of this network. We don't sanction voices, so give people the opportunity to speak their mind. Okay, so what are you considering, Mally Jones, in tonight talking point, and I'll go to Prince.
What I'm considering tonight's talking point is the issue of the proliferation of the drugs. I think going to the eve of this thing, they just arrested another drugs at Bull Waterside, and this Catalonia was bringing a quantity of drugs into the country again. So the question now is being baffled with this question: why are there too much drugs at the particular time? You see, the proliferation of the drugs is not like Liberia have been used as a transit point. No, Liberia is no longer a transit point. Liberia has now been used as a real market center. And that is my danger.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much. We're going to come back here. Prince, let's jump inside Liberia. I was there to see you comfortable, and I saw some of those good pictures you tweeted. Club beer, man. When you hit Liberia, man, you get the real to natural beer. Trust me, I went down right. But let me hear from you quickly. How long you been there, and what have you seen for yourself? We just want to play into that right away. How things so far? Everybody
Um,
have their own interpretation depending on who you really talk to.
okay, I certainly appreciate being back home. It is welcoming. It is relaxing. It is I mean, there is just more to the political aspect of being in Liberia. Now, I got here Sunday morning. It was welcome. It was it was the first flight of the day, and it was probably like only two or maybe three flights that was coming in on that Sunday. But far as experience, the RIA is under construction, and the roads, the roads are a little bad, but they're not terrible. The roads are a little bad, but not terrible, and that's from the airport towards Center City.
A little
So I
bad, but
mean,
not little bad, but not terrible.
not horrible.
Not
Let
horrible.
me rectify that. Not horrible. A little bad, but not horrible.
Okay. All right. Today is Wednesday. I don't usually play some of this crazy stuff that goes around on the social media and stuff like that, but today is Wednesday. Wednesday, usually in the social world, they say it's what? It's late night. I'm not either saying that we are having a late night here, but as we have these political conversations, sometimes it's tense, and but there's a way to neutralize it to settle the debt. So something got to it, and that was quite interesting. The creativities of Liberian. Let's play it. If you are hard politically well, get used to it because these are some of the things that we're going to be hearing here. But I just thought it kind of like when I started my day today, it kind of made my day. So maybe it's you guys are high. I know most of the people. Well, let's see here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rescue team, a message for you. So, who are you? You can call me cheese ball. I'm really ball. I'm from Rainy Sauce. I have the cheese. My people, I have the cheese.
That's a
The
Jesus.
cheese, yeah, yo. It's too thick. Enough play. Nothing ever ten. Cheese number one.
Let's hear here.
The people went somewhere.
And what happens?
Who are them?
Uh-oh.
My sister was right there.
Okay.
Oh, the poor are there. The other there. All some of them. The power there. Oh, I found some of them. Don't call my name. I have the cheese. Cheese number two. The people want go home. But no.
What happens?
They say the road's full.
Uh-oh.
Nowhere to go, people.
What people?
Everybody using Ivory Coast.
Oh my God.
Panane. Can't be true. That the photo new though. The bar being there. You know all the bypass. But they think here is sinful. So they living it with different things. My people that lie, they are so scared. Police nene. I'm talking to all of them. They're not some of them. I have the cheese. But please don't call my name.
Okay.
Cheese number three.
Let's hear the three.
Oh, I'm a lady. Don't call my name. Don't say that me say. They keep me for salary up. That's true thing. That even something to hold on. For the minutes here. They now want to lose their job. I went somewhere way there. The people were singing song. The song said,
we will eat their money. We will wear their t-shirt. We will eat their food. But we will vote for Waka.
I say, the people really tired. I'm the chief. Oh, chief, the guy, they all retreated, yo. But then here, I get here. Chief number 4. Luis Felita. That for us for 1 5.
Okay.
They carry it way down.
This is just a sort of after add entertainment into what we do here at Papa. So let's get back to our conversation here.
The people or the people. Instead of CDC, it turned to CDC. Your CDC.
Like the people, they are so creative. They know how to put these things together, and it's as sort of pageantry and excitement into this. I listened to it this morning. I was having some kind of little starting day was kind of crazy, but when I tried that, oh my God, it put smiles on my face, and I know it's been in circulation. Good evening. So here what I'm considering based on what I heard, it being in the news cycle, but I'm not one of those or not one of us here that are always in the tendency of breaking news without having some sort of thing to talk about. I'm getting a little bit concerned of the electoral process, the credibility of the electoral process, what we are hearing, people buying cards, I mean, taking people's cards, serious numbers, and something going to happen. But I spoke with multiple people and I got the consent of one person that I talked to just late this evening. For some reason, I don't know, it just kind of like pop out based on like, okay, I went other places. Let me just place multiple calls. District number 6 is how you call it, SD Copper Road eroded. They have all of the districts have their own auxiliary, and they agree to speak out and not just speak out in order to validate that there was an images sent. But let's see here. So I'm gonna go to them here, but let's have this conversation here. Dr. Toto, let's come right back to you. Your talking point so that we can scramble over and then we'll come to the other places. Why is it so important to you?
Yeah, so I just also just to add to what you just said, also to a little bit concerned about the issue of the election Liberia. I think a couple of weeks now to go to the election. What other stuff taking place right now, and we have to be very cognizant of this activity that happening. Most especially the issue of voter registration cards. Until then, we saw all. I think Senator Dero put a post today talking about questioning the credibility of the election commission about the voter registration list that should have been published since I think yesterday or today.
Yeah, actually, the last 30 days they should have been published for people to
up to that. The list that have been published yet. That's an issue that called for concern. And also too, we saw in the news also too a gentleman Grand Gillette County too were arrested by law enforcement with huge voter registration card in hand. And we don't know how far that investigation has gone on, whether to feed the public on it. That's an issue of concern also too, because this election is at stake, and they also to have to do with the security of Liberia. And looking at the population we have in Liberia, the election commission will be very careful how they conduct this election. And our international partners need to call on the election commission, quiz them to make sure that they do things regularly, because any eruption that occur, this process don't go fairly. You see your reaction from the citizens in Liberia. We don't want to go through that part. We saw the U.S. government, let me just let my thought just quick. We saw the U.S. government put a sanction on the Sierra Leone government about people that are involved in election or irregularity in Sierra Leone. What do you? When the election conducted in Sierra Leone, everybody came out to praise the Sierra Leone government. They did extremely well. And just to find out there was a lot of irregularity that took place in Sierra Leone in that election. And the State Department has come with a post-session on certain government officials in Sierra Leone for that election. And so all eyes are on Liberia also too. This is a major election coming Liberia, the whole world watching Liberia, our neighbor, the South region, the West, everybody looking at Liberia. So the election commission will follow the guideline, the task and make sure that all these things are implemented correctly.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody want to add up to that? Because that seems to be the press button issue, these apprehensions, these sort of thing being out there, but we are now getting other information. Anybody want to throw it into why we should be concerned and to make sure our democracy is protected? Anybody wants to chime in?
I mean, if you guys don't mind, I would just like to comment by saying that, being that we're one of the oldest republic in Liberia, but we also have one of the newest democracy in the region. Being that instability from the civil war and civil crisis, and just to piggyback right on what my brother George Toto said, that it is very important and significant that we value our votes and who we give it to. And that just to over summarize what he said. I can't get into details. So if you're an uneducated person or an analyst, you would get exactly where he came from and where I'm trying to attribute to what he said. So, and that just to briefly piggyback right on what he said. So now, as a country and a new democracy, we need to focus on voter education, which is more important at this stage. It might be a little too late, which is not, because the process been going on. I cannot discredit the institutions that have been working towards it. But as far as reinsurance, with the international community, the regional partners and the ECOWAS to override everything, the process will be smooth.
The
Backtrack
ECHO,
to
not to interrupt you, Prince, these people, they are coming to observe, to monitor. They are not one to temper. The process is already, we are the one, those go folks are the one there to facilitate, but they are there to just to see how voters, whether they are going to be a voter, to intimidations and all of that. But basically, everything is in your hand. But what we are hearing now is some sort of trouble. And I'm going to be playing a specific audio here so maybe we can talk, but carry on.
Yeah,
okay,
I wanted to come
mean,
into.
coming in and arriving in Liberia on Sunday morning, which, as we know, as Christian and a Christian fundamental based country, which we cannot discredit the fact that Liberia is a circular country, but we all know Liberia was funded on the Christian based fundamentals. So me coming in on a Sunday morning was very overwhelming for me, and it just happened to be the number 18 the next day. So that was just overwhelming for me. But now,
Okay.
on a more serious note, I came in with at least about 10 or more observers from us, diplomatic observer, not just observers, but diplomatic observers,
Yeah,
international or
yeah.
domestic, that came in.
So where is your independence in this? Because you get aside. So who are those people? What is the guarantee that those people, to some extent, you could have influence in them? Because you are not going as an independent guy. You get a pay, you get a side, which is okay. So how can we validate those people independent it even when the results are announced?
That's a great question, Mr. So, and I would just like to say that the answer for that would be just the trust and us relying on our domestic international partners and the ECOWAS that for a job they've been doing in the region. So we cannot discredit them for that. We must applaud them and encourage them and the international partners that are coming in as observer for a due and for a due process and so
Okay.
forth. I myself here as a new voter, I'm an observer as well.
Okay. Let me go to Terry, and I'll come down to Jones Mallet. Sometimes when people having these conversations, a lot of the supporters they are being carried away by these funny distractions and not focusing on the real issue. Their supporters, their surrogates sits on great platforms to inform, to educate, to broaden the mind, the dangers, the ups and downs, and the obstacles, the surprises. They don't do that. They just made those proclamation, we will win, we will win, without then having a contingency plan to actually inform them, to be honest with them. But what I heard this event is troubling if and only if it's validated to be a true thing. I don't usually do it here. People say it and I try to push my own line to make sure and hear it. But let's come to this whole elections issue here. Uh, do you think this process we've been talking about it, and I'm one of those say, well, we cannot undercut the credibilities of the elections, but now things lot of funny stuff coming up. And there's a need that we create this conversation, even though we get less than 3 weeks to go to this process here. Is it still late, or those things can be addressed? NEC has violated the rule already. 30 days, that roster should have been posted. We have less than that, 10 day, 11 days. They have not had a press conference. And fair to say, we did reach out to Henry Flomo, who is the communications director. As usual, they don't like to pick up phone. They don't respond to people. If there is a delay, you need to call a press conference in the interest of transparency and tell people why there's an XY hitch up. That has not been done. People are talking about it. They are not saying anything and all of that. What is the downside to that?
Well, that is what it is. The downside to that is just going to lead to chaos because, like, Darius Dillon, or Senator Darius Dillon, sorry for saying that, is threatening to protest, and you know exactly that. As we stand, he got the numbers right now. He's threatening to protest by Friday latest if there is no official response coming from NEC. And just what you said, the delay process is very unfair to the public. You have to be able to tell the people something, and they did not do that. I only heard one of them on Spoon Talk after Darius Dillon threatened with a protest station on Friday. This dude is coming up now to tell the Liberian people that hopefully Tuesday the voter roll will be announced or published, something that they should have done on the 18th, according to Senator Darius Dillon. So these are irregularities coming from NEC already showing signals of, what people have been speculating that something the government want to rig the elections. So, you have to be transparent. And one thing we got to understand is that the international community, who are observers, they are not going to change the result. Neither are they going to say after the election that, this person won, so let's give it to them. They only observing and make report to the international community. So after the elections, the international community can choose to put sanction on you or take action if they want. Whether that action is going to be valid enough to turn the result around, you and I know is not possible. Look at what happened in Sierra Leone. But I can say this, that if what happened in Sierra Leone happens to Liberia, there will be chaos. Sierra Leone is different from Liberia. If what happened in Sierra Leone, that after the elections in Sierra Leone, the international community rendered that election or not credible enough and declare it to be a fraud election, thereby impose a sanction on the president, if that happened to Liberia, there will be a serious uprising because Liberians are not patient. Liberians are not patient. And the kind of people that we've been seeing on the street, if this thing happened in Liberia, there will be an uprising. So we need to really look at that.
We need to really look at that. At this point in time, it's like making an obituary announcement based on the information we got. It has a lot of things been going on behind the ceiling, the seal or curtain. Mally Jones,
Yeah.
I hope I'm not giving you an artificial 2 here this evening with this conversation, but let's have a real international conversation here. You listen to Prince, you listen to Collins and Dr. Toto, and we'll be having this sort of conversations. Is it late with what we are saying right now? Is it damage being done already with the electoral process? 30 days, NEC delay, no prior notice, no prior press briefings, with the bid to create a transparent world or out there to avoid this sort of apprehension people that somebody might call, somebody might say, oh, we will do this. If we don't do this, this will happen before coming out here and what I'm getting from Jared right now. Is it too late?
Well, I think it's not too late anyway, but I think the government of Liberia, under whose the election commission operates, uh, I hate to say, but it's very notorious for always dragging its feet on so many things. And whenever you hear that there have been cheating in the election, the cheating take place long before the elections are held.
Right.
And this is one fundamental issue that will constitute a cheating in Liberia. We do not know the election commission constraint as to why up to now the voter registration, which of course is one of the most sensitive things in the whole election process, has been delayed. But what I can say here is that even when the roster come out, people are going to verify and cross-check to find out whether their information correct, whether their names are even in our roster. That's going to be another issue all by itself. This is the reason why it's very necessary for the roster to be up as early as possible to resolve some of the contentious issues before election day. So if they keep delaying to the eve of the election and put the list out, now I will want to go terraces route. There might be chaos because if I don't see my name, a group of people with similar problem combining themselves together is going to be a problem in Liberia. Because a group of people amounting up to 500 or more can see their name or their name not correctly spelled, or it's going to be a problem. This is the reason why it is good for the voter registration, which of course is a strategic piece of issue to have been or ever since, and not even now. So this is the beginning of the moral corruption of this election that have already begun. And I just want to remind us on this platform that Nigeria is still in court. Nigeria election is still in court. So there are possibilities our election may end up in the court, because this is one issue I'm sure the opposition already have it on their shelf. The delays here will be one of the serious factors that will be discussed. And to be frank with you, it's suspicious and a worth talking about and a worth addressing.
The worth addressing. Okay. So this is hope Commissioner Flomo will speak, but this is what I got out this evening for which I'm elevating my voice. It's unbelievable because I have no reason for this person to lie, but I just want us to listen to it. We were doing a simple conversation. I just told them that this is what I'm going to do in the that consent, and to go beyond that, the images, the sense. This is something it has been orchestrated a long time. And that's what happens when people who are involved in the process, when they lack the ability to create an open conversation. And they decided to go one way to inform, to educate, to put their supporters on the light. Let's listen to this, and maybe hopefully I think I can get that images.
In the period issue, if you want to issue the headquarters, they were doing it there. But the woman called our Louis. She the issue, I know what you call it, for the issue wedding. But she called, and the way she's explaining to our leader, we explained to the woman different. So we went to the headquarters. We went to the headquarters. So when I tried calling her, she was not answering. I called her, she answered. She said, oh, I can see. So I said, but we have access to do. I had a lot of questions, but during the registration, and the politician, the people didn't have to go there. So I had started thinking, whoever will back to that make this from different community, from different district. They were there. They were teaching how for to do it. Even if I had the data, they will show you how to do it. Even now, I had what doing it. And some people on the registration. And now for me, I say, talking about I want to, I'm moving over to work.
That's what they're doing. That's to rig the election. That's all about it.
Wow.
That's the strategy. That's the strategy. Because when you share that number. So what it did, way before the process, some of the folks that work with NEC as a volunteer, they managed to get these people information, and they were calling them. So the conversation go forward. This exercise was conducted at the late Cassette party headquarters with some other auxiliary. So it's actually they are collecting information from people, their voter cards, their series number. They'll just send a text. There are about 6 stages you got to go through. This app, there's a special app. They say what CDC data collection connect. We are 2023 with the number to vote 18. You're going to enter all of your information, and then the final analysis. I might have to download all of this one here to play it, but we had a really, this is quite interesting. That's the story. We will, because I see NEC is also connected to this. So it's NEC is aware. They need to address themselves to this issue. But if these information are true, has been reported, we've been hearing it, and people are saying it, and they are to the extent that they are offering. For she admitted that she just, and I can see the image here that she registered only to 1%. The called Zonal Health File, and they give you the tax to register for 500% with a specific catch reward. And that system, it will generate, it will go into the system. And her image here, she show it. They say, well, I only 1%, I was able to register. But saying it's more than 2 weeks ago. In fact, this process started with some of the folks that were working as a volunteer. You know, NEC recruited people who were working, so there were people who really knew the process. I think because I got to protect our soul's privacy, so I got to make sure that not if I put anything out, need not to be here. But let me see here, because there's one. They get an app. The app is under Google. They created a special app. You go to Google, say Taylor 2023 campaign team, no CDC data collection app. Okay, but then the interesting thing is, why will NEC system be connected to it? So I want to have the benefit of the doubt. Maybe hopefully that will reach out to NEC. They see the dashboard. Total recorded member. Her on the registration here is 100%. She according to what the register was 1. Then you have the age 18 to 24, 25 to 30, age 31 to 40, 50, and above. So the funnel here, we're gonna have a more discussion on it. I gotta make sure that people give information they are protected as well. The funnel here, you see your name, your last name, the gender, date of birth. When it's submitted, it will tell you say it's submitted. Um, they have what they call dashboard, manage member, manage user. Manage member there, it tells you that's where you will say, it remind me about, they had this, we're going to be taking the call about, please wait here. They had this sort of funny thing that came where you do this sort of network. You take this person and this other person, some sort of, I think it was in the 80s. I just forgotten the name. Some sort of money doubling thing. I come, I recruit Prince bring the other person and then from one stage to one stage. This is a really creative stuff here. Dashboard, manage member, manage user. And it will tell you when you submit, it will tell you here, you see here, like she said, she rated only one person. I mean, you can see it. I want to make sure that, their main something, navigation, it will tell you that number. Now, we are not drawing conclusions, this is true. But the fact of the matter here, if we were to play, we play more of this in here. This process started long time. Nobody really pick on it. Oppositions is not a justification to do what they are doing. They didn't create an awareness to their people, beware, anything can happen. But people actually, and there are some people who were smart who refused, and they were not giving it. But people actually gave their numbers. So what is the essence of people asking people for voter card numbers and series number to do what? Especially with a different party, not NEC. So what if that is done, if it is done, based on what people saying here, because they are saying they were given $500 to bring five the collect zonal hairs is being done strategically reported apparently these do not have go because you know how to get these sort of auxiliary in different communities, districts, and stuff that are this cheerleader, this groups. So they use the auxiliary here, call them to different offices, one year people will want this, whatever information they give them, and people give their cards, their voter cards. So in the first place, why should they ask people for their voter cards and series number? What is the strategy? We're going to be discussing that. I want to see whether probably if I'm able to some kind of way to download. I just want to make sure folks' name is safe. Dr. Toto, this is a serious concern. Coupled with the delay of NEC, that this list should have been published 30 days prior to this process. It's been withheld, no prior information. Now people are threatening that they're going to match, and they are telling what I heard from Terry, most likely Tuesday. I don't usually do this. I like to get information specific, tangible before I talk about it. Where are we heading based on this, all that is going on now?
Yeah, or let me just pick in the Marty Jones when he used the word moral corruption or moral corrupt, you know, and that's why I played the whole electoral process there. Like Prince was saying, like bro,
Yeah, okay. You see, NEC Liberia or 2023,
you
and
know,
then this is unbelievable. Go ahead.
so like Prince was saying, Liberia may be the oldest country or African country in Africa when it comes to our democracy. We have a we don't have a mature democracy, and which really affecting our progress. You know, where we want to practice the tenet, of democracy. It kind of very affecting. Affecting in so many ways. Looking at the level of people that we have in our system, and that as a credible institution need to be up to the task to be able to provide accurate information to our people. And this fall back on the various political party based upon the information that you are reviewing. They fall back on the political institution party, these are information that need to be they try to get on hand just in case anything go the opposite way. We try to make use of the justice system, our court system in Liberia, for them to try to go to court because anything that may happen, it will incite violence and their supporter will get on the street and which will disrupt the process. We don't want people to get in the street to go start burning net, building, or attacking net officials. We don't want for that to happen in Liberia. So like our political leaders from Bureau Party need to get all the information. If the information accurate, then they start making use of the Supreme Court. Go to the court and provide the evidence to the court that these are the evidence that show that some irregularity involved to take place in the election. It will undermine the voting process, election process. The Supreme Court will be able to look into the cases before even election day for it to be peaceful. I think that the best we can move on with here. We may have problem our judicial system in Liberia, but I think that'll be the best way for to move forward to bring some of the dialogue that in the electoral process in Liberia because it's a dark line hanging over like Cherry were talking. The type of population we have in Liberia, how they understand things logically, how they respond to things when things happen. It kind of be a little bit weak and narrow, but we don't want to cast the blame on them also to the way in which they think. So the political leaders should play a major role in the case here to reach out to their people. If we have all the evidence, let them go through the court system and show it and say these are the evidence we have.
Terry?
Yeah, so that is what it is. You know, Liberia have never really had a free, transparent elections, you know, void of cheating or corruption or, you know, violence since the war. All right, this without a peacekeeping troop on the ground. This will be the first elections after the war wherein the government is handling it without a peacekeeping troop. So that is why I expect for President Weah to do everything possible in his own power to make sure that these elections are peacefully and transparently organized. Otherwise, the contrary we are afraid to experience might just come upon us because, you know, we already see the violence. You already see the reaction from the public. I saw Milton Bly, Joshua Bly the other day sending a caveat and he was looking very aggressive. I also heard Prince Johnson sending a caveat and now it's Darius Dillon and all of that. So we see Yeke Koluba. So the government need to understand, I don't know what they're thinking on, that most of these people that you're dealing with in the country are already disenchanted. Most of them that they spend half of their life with gun. That is what they know. That is what they know. All right. So they decided to drop these things and build up a new life and do something else. So in order for you to keep them in check and under control, make these elections peaceful by making it transparent. Otherwise, what we are praying against might likely fall upon us. All right. Tomorrow, we don't want to see where in the government is being sanctioned like the way how is happening in Sierra Leone for fraudulent elections. Once that occurs, there will be chaos because the opposition political parties will not accept that. Once they notice that a sanction has come on our president or on anybody in the government for fraudulent elections as the way it's happening in Sierra Leone, the people will rise. They will reject every other thing and something else will happen. So you don't want to create that scenario, all right? And the court system cannot be trusted. We see a lot of cases that just go any kind of way. And even if you carry the case to the court, they will just look at it and tell you, oh, this is not right, this is wrong, this is not wrong, and then they boot it out. We saw how Kabina Janan was booted out and all of that by both the House, the Senate, you know, the legislature, and the court system. We saw that nothing was done. So, and now today we're seeing a lot of things going on in the country that is not being addressed as a legitimate government. These are the things that can cause chaos in countries. So, in my view, I would advise just what Dr. Toto is saying. If anything goes wrong, let us start, engaging the international media, engaging international partners, telling them that, oh, this is what we are seeing, the discrepancies in the elections. These are things that we are seeing, all around them, write them, inform them ahead of time so that you can be on the right side just in case something fall apart.
So yeah, because you're not going to go to Supreme Court or go to court or bringing malice and then Prince here. I mean, these are all you now want to take circumstantial evidence to court for you to get a win at the day. So now with all of this that is happening, do you think all of the stakeholders, do they have the capacity to go out there to collect information to validate their argument? And not just we talk about, hey, yeah, they give it to us, but they have to get people. Potentially, you got to maybe get witnesses who is willing to put their life on the line. That's another question. Mally Jones, do they have are they willing to go extra mile to get these people go in the community who voter card because they were doing it they didn't give a sort of open tell them exactly why it is, but they just kind of like it's a blanket covered strategy and like, oh, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Of course, there's a reward usually it's here, but they didn't give them the insight. Now people are talking about they are getting the idea these things were collected, this information was collected for different variety of reasons.
Well, I just want us to be a bit mindful as intellectuals on this platform. Let us not be too overwhelmed and too uneasy. There is no perfect election in the world. Moreover, the competition right now is, if you see, there is an incumbent who tried to justify a re-election. That is not a joke. It's not for kids. This is an opposition who who brought in a whole lot of allegations to justify why they should replace the guy. So this is not an easy game. I just want to be clear about this. Here's where I'm going. Liberia is very notorious. I think Liberia had, I stand to be corrected, as one of the notorious countries when it comes to election. As far back as 1927, Liberia had on the election, 15,000 people were registered. Charles D.B. King won 243,000 votes. Thomas J. Faulkner won 9,000 votes. 15,000 were registered. That information is in the Guinea Book of Record. So Liberia is terribly notorious when it comes to election fraud. But however, what I'm driving here, my second point here is that the Election Commission has got its own rules and regulations. There's something called gentleman agreement. You see, the issue of vote trading is a gentleman agreement. The issue of vote trucking. The last time they said some people were trucking some people to go somewhere to go and vote. What did the Election Commission do about that? Nothing. Okay? So I just believe that those aspects, like people trucking people to go and vote, and people trading voting card for cash, I don't know whether it violates the election laws in Liberia. Because the question now is, Mr. Soldier raised a very important issue here. These are circumstantial evidences. And the court not to waste their time on the kind of thing.
Oh, no,
So the gentleman agreement, we cannot take CDC to court because these things are happening. It's not the government that is doing these things. It is the very voting, agent trading here and doing business undercover. You see? So, can we blame a government for this or blame an opposition for this? The question here is no. But should not speak against these things? The idea now is, the answer is No, NEC will not want to speak because no one has taken such a formal complaint to NEC, so NEC can look into that. So as far as NEC may be concerned, this is a gentleman agreement going on in the dark in Liberia. And no election come with fraud. I mean, with all fraud. Oh man. You see the tape the moderator just played. That's a shocking information there. So that means the whole election has got a business aspect. That is the business aspect that is moving. And that business aspect seems to be very lucrative. But the big hands are behind and sending the little guys to do the work. So how do we go to
Okay.
court with this kind
I
of
will
thing?
I will
But
go
that
to the
is
other
the
aspect, but let's go to Prince here. And that's
yeah.
true because court does not hand down verdicts. Court now you have to provide a high call evidence. If you say Terry is a killer, you're not just saying it within the public space. Okay, you can say whatever you want to say, but when you appear before a judge, you have to present something to validate your argument. If you want to win the case, that's where the challenge is. People will probably be willing to if they even give it. People will be willing to testify. So Prince, but overall, I was kind of surprised because. With this sort of information, I mean, it's kind of like troubling. Like I said, we reached did call Henry Flomo to see if we can have a conversation, not necessarily tonight, but he has not returned my call. I will try to do that because whether any complaint, formal complaint has gone to Mike, and why even this delay coupled with all what we are hearing now, it's kind of like just make a case and make people to have that sort of apprehension. What's your thought about that?
I mean, first and foremost, I would just like to thank the professor and appreciate him for his input and his expertise on the subject. And also, I am excited that you brought that up because you took us back, you retrospected us back into history and educated us on on things that we didn't know. So corruption didn't just start now. This is a systematic issue. So I'd just like to thank Professor Mali for bringing for initiating the subject and giving all his expertise on it. And I am actually a wow that we're in the 21st century and we're still dealing with the littlest, the most the most simple but diversified issue. There's no way that as a nation that now that next should be an independent institution of the government, not just independent but private institution that regulates its electoral process within the country. So we're facing those simple issues with NEC as far as now, then I don't know, man. Then that means we have an issue, and people that bringing up the fact or the issue that might be some irregularities or some cheating. It makes sense because next is giving out the doubt that they're
Right.
capable and independent enough to host an election, despite us having international observers. We need NEC to be as independent as they should be to conduct it and welcome the observers. So I'm really a wow, and I would say kudos to you, Professor, for raising up the issue, and that's something we need to focus on. And you caught my attention as a human rights advocate. That's something I'm definitely gonna make a priority before I even accelerate on my personal project. That's something I need. We actually, not just me as a person, but as citizens and voters of the Republic of Liberia and patriots that we need to look in and make sure that we're guaranteed a safe and proper elections.
Okay, we'll open the line, and that's it. We're not sanctioned voices. You have the right to express. But you know, the dishonesty of most people that they are so much party driven and they think they want to put their political institution first is just a shame. For what his name, Breakable, he was just on this network crying liberal was talking about boycott, blah, 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 blah. But now this came out, we're saying it now. He wants to equip me with Stanton. You seems to be completely disconnected from what is happening in the world. Yeah, because they don't want people to say what
Right.
people hear. It's ridiculous. Let me pick up this phone call here and we can have a conversation. Because the reason this person emails stuff that you can't just dispose because somebody say and then later time group you start throwing it out there. No, because their email is attached to it and you can trace anybody with their email. My concern is okay, any party can do their own connection, but why should NEC web be connected to that? There are 6 steps they were talking there. I said, I'm taking note, but can I record? And they say yes, and I will play somewhere there about 6 steps. They use the password because when they were doing the data enter, they use the password. Those who can something, when you go there, then they either create your password and tell you what to use. What is the motive of that? Is that NEC telling people to do that? Or is it just their partisans that would reel it in me out? That wasn't made clear. Let me go to this 202 number 202. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. So. This is Breakable Power, CKA Basic here.
Okay. Let's hear your emotion.
Mr. So, today I woke up and I took my phone, I started looking at Facebook and I saw your live.
You did what?
And when you start talking, and it started moving my body started shaking. Because I do believe that Mr. So you're real fun to talk to today.
And I in my real phone.
The man within the bazooka on you to know.
Okay.
There's a spirit that enters you, and I said I think the still of behavior that enters you. I pray to God that it should leave you now. Look.
The man.
Do you believe all those allegations is saying like 13 with death or those things are happening?
I'm not talking.
Is the president doing it?
No. I'm not talking about anybody death here. I don't know.
I don't give you an example.
No.
The jobs that come in the country, all those deaths are better. Do you believe it's the president that doing it?
I've not heard the government side. I've not talked to anybody who.
That's what I say. No.
I'm not to cut you up, Mr. So caller. Please just stick to the subject and the matter being discussed.
Breakable. Let's go to the subject. I'm just talking about the. I have conducted election. It's not must be as big as the elections, but I involved in 2 terms election as commissioner for ULA. It was a consequential, my own county as well, which was almost at the brink. Yeah, but listen, elections is elections. It comes with credibility. My community election, I conducted an election in the state of Rhode Island, where the community was at the brink of collapse to the extent that we went to Superior Court and people testified. So I know the consequences of election, my dear brother.
Okay. So on our basis, let me just ask you a question. Do you believe those are lost election? They praise you in the election that you contested?
They don't have to praise me. I just do the right thing. It's not a matter of praise. I'm not seeking praise. So
you see the opposition in your own eye. See the election. Today is 20 days to election.
Breakable. Breakable. Hello, Breakable.
Yes.
Okay, you listen to me. I listen to you. We were on this live feed here yesterday, and I'm one of those that I oppose that people coming will win. I don't believe in that. You have to work towards that. And what I did was we put out numbers and people shooting. I'm not a type of this crowd exhibition. all because 1 million people, because some of those people have died, some of those people will not vote, some of those people in the hospital and all of that. So I'm not that type to do that. I am saying this because this is the raw information. This is the raw information. I'm concerned, and I told you we reach out to NEC if they are aware of this and what is the motive. Now, if they're supposed to put out a voter roster, if I'm conducting an election, if you're taking part in an election, a prince is taking part in an election, and we come with a guideline, these rosters should be posted 30 days for the election time. And those rosters are not posted. You, whether you are partaking or whatever, will you not raise concern? It's not alarming. Why am I not posting that?
No, if you bring those argument on by now, even myself will be joining you. Because first of all, if you bring those argument on,
so you didn't know. So hold on one second. So you didn't know. So you didn't know all along that part of the guideline said the rules should be posted 30 days prior to the election. You didn't know about that?
That's what I was saying. If you bring this argument on, then we'll discuss it. Well, you just said it. You called them, they not reply. So if you find if you see that they didn't answer the call,
it can't stop.
Verify the information.
It can't stop. The reason.
I said, Mr. Pro, you got to go to a different color, man. You got to make progress here.
So much.
No, absolutely, I agree with you, Mr. Malik. The caller, you're gonna have to make your point based on something. Yeah, you cannot go back and forth with the host. You're just gonna have to make your point based on the subject.
Yeah.
The guy did not affect us. Even he said no that he had nobody behind him. All those are behind the elected. He's just doing it because he saw his vision.
Okay, let me go to the next.
One election 2020.
All right, let me go to the
next. It
next
cannot be carried down because they seen a defeat.
Okay, let me go to the next caller. Thank you so much.
It's a law. It's a manual of the country.
Okay.
It's a law that in the whole country.
Let me go to the next person. You got to listen to me. I mean, we respect you about, so we can't just carry on. Aaron, good evening.
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Solomon?
Good. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, every time we call on this show, we express, displeasure about information dissemination on this show. And certain people come on this show, they go out, the same way they listen to other shows, we listen to other shows as well.
Right.
Okay? And when a piece of information is being put out there from on another platform, you listen to everything. Then before you come on another show and then start talking. But one theory suppose Ambassador Barker. So when the guy from the election commission was speaking today, I don't know whether Terry listened to the entire conversation or what the guy said. Okay? The guy said, and I quote, since they've been having election in Liberia, only 2017, they announced the amount of registered voters. It was only in 2017. So 2005, 2011, they didn't announce it. Nobody run and cause noise. It doesn't mean that they're not going to announce it. The people already announced the total amount of registered voter is out there, 2 million plus. He said it. The only thing they're doing now is trying to print out each precinct, okay, each voting precinct where people register, how many people register. They're trying to print that out, and after they get to printing that out, they're going to put it on a thumb drive and share it with all the various political parties. They are
Mr. So, I would like to interject here because we're having a dialogue. Mr. Kohler, when you
so I don't know where Terry coming from, and he's making all these accusations about chaos and all kinds of stuff coming out in the country. Nobody got the numbers to violence.
Thank you.
Okay? All that nonsense that Chris Johnson they told me, all that nonsense that Jacob Black they told me, when they did those things, people eyes were not open to nothing. That's why they did those things that they did in the past.
All right, let me go.
Everybody got power. No, let me finish this.
Yeah, but we can't carry on now. We can't carry on. I mean, you kind of been.
You play a video. I don't even know, who's talking on that video. I don't even audio recording. I don't even know how credible that audio recording is. Okay, because you have nothing on CDC. But
I'm not talking about.
it's worrisome. Suppose the opposition is doing these things as well. Why don't we speak about it? Okay, why don't we speak about it?
Nobody accused any political party. He tried to get it fast right.
Nobody accused political party here.
Yeah,
That's simple.
No, but the thing about it, people get in their feelings, and I understand why it means to support a party. Okay, but I thank you so much, Aaron.
It's a co-play enough for any political party. It's just a
No, but they call it, they make it clear where they went to get this exercise done. So that is the fact. So it doesn't matter which party group they are going to. If I got that information, it will be played. But I know when people get in their feelings with their parties, emotions and stuff, and we don't talk sentiment here, feelings to satisfy you because you want to hear something. That's not what I do. I don't just get and throw anything out there. Christopher Wati Tobasi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sue.
Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yeah, well.
Yes, caller, 1 second. I would just like to interject. You're very audible, but our point here that the professor raised is the credibility of NEC. That's what we're focused on, the credibility of NEC within the electoral process.
Yeah, Prince, just hold on 1 second. Let you finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Dara Dillon won twice in Liberia. CDC did not steal any election. When Madison won in Grandeur, CDC did not steal any election or the president. When the opposition won at River G and other places, CDC and the government did not steal any election or elections. So for them to for the opposition to come out now, after they are enjoy winning, after winning, and CDC have cried over and over, and got him mad with their own government and president. For the opposition, the game has not started yet. Nobody has cheated, nobody has stolen any election yet. For people to start to promote chaos and violence, and people threatening Prince Johnson and threatening to jump back in the bush. Last time he killed a president of a country, by that time, Liberians were not as highly as educated as they are now. And they think they're going to come here and make threats. They think that they can come and create chaos and violence and walk away. It's not going to be like that. Nobody is advocating for these things. I think we should be very objective. I think we should speak to the fact that in 2005, the Election Commission said that President Weah was the winner of that election, and she quickly came back and said that she didn't go to school for math and she made error with the mathematics, and so that Helen was victorious. Sedition did not jump in the street and cause chaos. We could have done that. We could have started a war. We could have shared blood, but we did not do that. And we accepted the result of the 2005.
So let me ask you this question. So hold on 1 second before I let you go, in 30 seconds. So at that time, was there any discussions about the future of the election in terms of credible, free, and fair election? Were those issues discussed as well?
Of course.
So what is it? So why people should get in their skin when these issues are talked about?
No, I'm saying that, of course, other people have it in the back of their mind, but that so will happen. But I did not see where Sedition jumped the gun or before the game started and said, "Oh yeah, Helen is corrupt. She's gonna rig the election." Listen, I think we did not speak like that. And election after election, every first round, President.
Okay, let me go. All right, thank you so much.
Votes after votes in the first round, President we have won.
And I said that here. I said that here yesterday. I think Liberal were talking about all the cheating. So I said that's wrong.
The history is on our side. The numbers, the facts are on our side. Election after election, President we have won over 30% in the first.
That's round. Not what we're discussing. Nobody is disputing that, Christopher.
President we have demonstrated winning.
Okay, let me go to. All right, let me go back. Let me go back to my analyst. Thank you so much. Christopher, not Christopher. Oh, Prince went off. Mala Jones,
Yes.
don't go to bed. We have a lot to do. We have not done anything. So, yeah, this person, they just gotta wait here. I'm not gonna something here because when you give them time, they want to talk and talk and talk. I mean, that's just unacceptable. So let me just bring you in here. And this is it's my favorite thing here. The tendency of people always protecting their own alligator is always there because it makes them unease. Uh, they wanted their way. Even when there's a red flag, you shouldn't talk about them because perhaps that's not something they want to hear. And that's not what this network stands for. That's why you don't see, oh, breaking news. This one do this one do this. But we don't talk here to appease to satisfy you because we want to entertain you because we want people to watch or listen. That's not who we are. When we get the information, we give it a free, fair, and honest conversation by respecting the views, analysis of all of the analysts, contributors as well. Why? What is the nervousness? The point here is you should have this thing posted 30 days prior to the elections. That's the root of the game. So why were even network, they all help to create all of these problems. They always in the tendency of people to hit them before they want to respond. We are not noted of managing crisis and we like to create unnecessary crisis. I always like to avoid it because we do not know how to manage crisis. If there was anything in any reason, which of course we know is natural, things don't happen in a timely fashion, why not jump ahead of the game, have this sort of conversation, make it clear, crystal clear, to avoid this sort of apprehension?
Well, first of all, I want to come to the defense of panelist Collins and the moderator. It seems to be the caller has been quite apprehensive about this topic, as he said, why you brought this topic, you know. But let's just make one point of correction here. The 2005 election when George Weah lose, when George Weah went the other way, George Weah said he was cheated. Yes. When he went running to Nigeria, Obasanjo had to give him a glass of water to cool down his heart and told him, wait for your time.
Wait for your time.
There's an unconfirmed report that Weah was getting ready to rally around some of the ex-fighters to challenge the result the other way around. I just want to bring this thing to the fore for our callers to understand. It didn't go down well with Weah. Weah were never happy about it. And moreover, the election of Dillon and all the other people, it's not the same as the election for the executive mansion. There's a strong issue here. This is about George Weah. The Monserrat senatorial thing, it was about those people. Weah is fighting a survival battle right now for his own office. So this is not children play. No, it's a serious issue. So if Weah, by any means, he can perform a miracle for the thing to go in his favor, trust me, he will beg that devil to help him. I want to believe that strongly because this is a serious business here, you see. But besides that, it's like the agenda set tonight by the moderator about this delay. These are legitimate concerns. Even when Terry came in to make a projection that there could be a popular right. Yes, all over Africa, the incumbent, they are always in the business of doing those type of things. So he 100% right for that projection. There could be. He's not praying for it, but there could be, depending on the circumstances that are moving forward now. And to conclude, the issue I just read, when they were tracking people to go and register them, I never saw any press release from NEC, and I stand to be corrected. Now the tape you just played, they're trading of vote for cash, voter card for cash. That's a serious thing. It's outside the purview of the election commission. But I think If we want to go to the Supreme Court or the election, something go wrong, I think we'll be focusing on 5 things here as evidence. If we have those evidence, one, missing ballot boxes, that's a strong issue. Stolen ballot boxes, that's a strong issue. Voter registration missing in one district, that's a strong case there. Okay, observer attack or prevented to see counting, those are strong cases. Restuffing ballot boxes, those are strong cases that opposition can make. So it's not
And
they literally.
do we have the technology to authenticate or to validate that every vote somehow, some way must be counted, considering
No,
what
what,
all that is unfolding now?
yeah, what I'm seeing, a moderator, is that these are strong error when you get your evidence. The Supreme Court, whatsoever court, want to listen to you. All right. So the question now is, we are going by the biometric system, and the biometric system, I don't know, even we are up to speed to that thing. We said it on the platform that this was technology. We don't even have the electricity to carry on this thing. When they carry on, the problem that came up to today. So the issue of the voter registration card, the opposition and all level-minded Liberians should be very concerned about it, moderator.
Be very concerned. Let me break it down to quick here. Elections is election. There's no small election. There's no big elections. They are always governed by guidelines in line with the Constitution to make sure the right thing is done, and nothing is done in isolation. As far as I'm concerned, that is all stakeholders are involved. They will always get their input because they are part of the process. So they are a greater interject into the entire process. Whether it's a community, national elections, all of these, you know that, and all of that. So the question now becomes, what was the level of engagement of these political parties with the election commissions in terms of putting all of these regulations time, because you have the timetable, and that timetable must be concurrent, must move simultaneously with the time layout, because you give that timeline, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Even if you cannot meet that timeline, there must be a contingency plan where you're going to get back to these people. Now we're hearing DeLon. I'm not a fan of DeLon that much because he has flip-flopped on a lot of things. But did the election commission did the right thing, even if they were falling behind time, to get back to these political institutions to say, hey, even though this is what the timeline said, they know everybody hyped and everybody wants to win this. They know how this process is going to be tension packed. I want to know from your own involvement as well. Uh, what was the understanding? What was the conversation? What is the engagement, their committees with the NEC in making sure, because you can't just do it without leaving them back, because they are stakeholders. They are direct participant into this whole process. Do you think there was a lapse in the communication that get us to be where we are today?
Definitely, so there's a lot of lapses in the communication. From my own perspective, what I see in the host of here,
Oh, Prince, sorry. Yeah, okay, he back. Go ahead.
like the election law, like one of the court of, I think they tried to miss a point. Even we don't know the election law of 2005 or the previous election, this law can be amended for future elections. So probably the 2005 election law was not the same as the current election law. They kind of publishing the voter registration out. So that one we should take into consideration. And there's no small election as you already stated. That's the reason why it's international community, people pump millions of data into the process to be observer, to see the process be fair and transparent, to try to avoid arrest in our country, most especially in Africa, where we are seeing a lot of civil unrest that led to election matter. So it's very important. That's why international community pump a lot of money into it. And that should be more transparent when it comes to provide the information out to the public. And then the political party, I don't know the level of engagement the political party have maybe their session net, or for them to have meeting with net to go what is Ghana, to know that the Ghana are implemented. If not, then that's a serious lapse. And then one of the things I also observe also to enforce, we know net is autonomous body that function independently, but also to they have oversight responsibility. They are by the legislature. They
Right.
provide oversight to that. And to me, I just see a system breakdown also too for the legislature. Maybe they need to try to look at their rules and also to critical election year in Liberia. Why would the Senate be? Why would the Senate go on reset? If they go on reset, who provide oversight?
They always like to manage crisis, and they are not good at that.
So if anything happens, who provide oversight?
It's a disgrace.
You know, who provide oversight over that? If there's anything, who can call the election commission and question the election commission? Would the legislators can do that? But they are not around to call net, to invite net, to get clarity on certain issue that is going on, to oversight responsibility. So they are not here around. So now become the bulldozer.
Okay. I know Prince is in Liberia. Let me just bring in Prince. Prince, look, it's a serious problem. We all will talk about elections integrity, protecting democracy. I don't want your vote, my vote, to be thrown away as some sort of people's operating in a. So we want a free process. And I mean, the fact here is even in America after elections, they will always say it. But it is our responsibility because it's an institution, it has to be protected. Do you think there was an extensive conversation with these political parties? And if they did, do you think these political party in turn, I know that, and we start talking the thing here, remember in the past, all the election commission responsibility. In the election commission, they are there they put the guidelines of you who get your neck in that fire. It is your job to educate, to inform, give all of whatever loopholes that you think to protect your members or to protect your institution vote. Apparently, everything left with Knight. But let me just bring you in here.
Mr. So, this is where it is very important that we hold these institutions, and when I mean institutions, the very two fundamental institutions as far as elections is NEC. We should be an independent and credible institution, subsequently vetted by the legislators to ensure that all of these due processes are taken or being in effect, like Dr. Toto said. So it is very important that we hold these institutions accountable because these are two different institutions that should be independent, most especially NEC at this point. So not to furthermore, drag on that because at this point we just need to. The process is being accelerated, so it is very important as constituent or citizens that we reinforce the electoral or the education or electoral process for future generations. So we must start doing that now. It is not too late, but the earlier, the better, because we're facing serious crisis. If these institutions cannot be independent and functioning on their own, we're in serious problem. No matter how much observers that come in, if we're not reliable as election commission on our own, supported by the legislature, we're in deeper problems. Like I said, and I've been saying, Dr. Toto can testify. We're not talking about witnesses, but like I've been saying, the legislature in the Republic of Liberia is a serious problem to the Liberian people, and they are our problem. And that's where we need to start the vetting process and educating our people on electoral proceeding.
Absolutely, I agree with you because all of these, both houses, the upper, the lower, they are select committees that have oversight on different functionaries of government, which of course, and we saw when NEC were even complaining about fundings here, they were rewarded themselves with huge cash and all of that. So there is a component. However, that does not justify them from stopping them from doing what they should have done as well. But that's what happens when you have a divided and polarized society. Amos George, good evening. Welcome. Hello. And like I said, election is election. Dr. George Toto, he knows about that. The election that I heavily divided you like here, the Mariah Seaton scenario that came from this Ocean State here when Nelly Savage lied. And I'm saying this here publicly because we went through the process that there was no ballot boxes printed, there was no information coming from the election commission, which was lie. We served people simultaneously at the same time. Everything, when you send email, the time, the date, and everything is there. But purposely, they decided to create a confusion, get another faction win, just the same thing. And that it went to court. And when a court system comes into play, there's no circumstantial evidence. And that was the only court was the deciding factor because they said there was no ballot box, which was not true, as God may have it. I'm still carrying some of those left over today, even from our own grandchildren, because I know how people can do their stuff. And the court was shocked. And that's how they shut her down today. And that's how Lula came to a rest. So it doesn't matter whether at a national level, when you are conducting elections, you have to be firm. People will not like you, but you play by the rules of the game. You don't serve one party's information and then after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you serve another party information. Once you do that, people are going to just a red flag, right? Bringing Amos Joy. Amos Joy, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening to all of you. How you doing?
Well, you were in ANC meeting?
Yeah, I was in ANC meeting. We're getting prepared for October 6th.
October what? 6? October 6, you're doing what? 6?
Yeah.
What are you doing October 6?
Okay, you will get the briefing.
Pa George, welcome. I think y'all might need to throw it back to the 4th.
Why the 4th?
Too much time wasted. Y'all need to catch up.
But who's that, our prince?
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know I got to pee for so you small, Pa George.
But man, you're easy. I've been seeing your posts. You're easy.
But I'm expecting you, sir. I expect you to be around, or your expertise, your counseling, your advice. I'm here to represent the network as somebody on the ground.
So why will you be listening to him? Pa George, go ahead.
So I was following the program in and out. But that news you broke, I want to say it clear again. The election commission, it can make a state and it can break a state. That's it. This particular election in Liberia, we all use the word consequential, but this election is nothing for anybody to play with. It has to be transparent, free, and fair. This is why CDC have been relying on one round. I think political parties in Liberia have to take the issue up. Because what happened in Nigeria, because I'm still following it. Everything they say, I'll go to the court. Everything they told you, I'll go to the court. The election commission in Nigeria, there's some horrible thing in our country. How you announce the result of election in the middle of the night, and you say all the results are not in, but you announce it. Now, they can't just say, okay, let it go to court. They're going to the tribunal. The tribunal say the rule, they didn't see anything. They put it and appeal to the Supreme Court down in Nigeria. But what I'm seeing here, Liberia, we have to be careful. This thing that they're doing, they should think on every Liberian that we all attach that country. Because if the election is not fair, anything could happen. If anybody went transparently, fairly, let it give it to them. this library doesn't belong to any group of people that they must sit, they must rule for 2 terms. No, if the people say no, pack your satoka and leave. But we don't want one group of people to have urged or the other group because simply the election commission is playing a game. This guy is a Zean. I think he's the one they have put in charge of Mosarawa and Lofa. The guy who was an election commission has on thing going on there. He's the one I think will be in charge of Mosarawa and Lofa. We have to start looking at it. Why they put this man in the 2 big counties, populated area? Why? Saying the point saying why? I think he's the data expert. Why? These are the things they're planning to do. He the one, I've seen it, because they are the one that will be using to transfer the data. Liberia will have to get. Is there something in the black man that cheating is our nature? Everything we do, we have to attach cheating to it. Why we can't just be honest? This is not right for the people. Because most of the people got it means when they say head, they will be out of the country quickly. But what happened to the poor people who cannot afford to provide food for the children? They got to wait every day to go out there to go hustle. What will become what the people position will be when you create chaos in the country? This election is for excitement and tension. So this news, let the election. I hope so we should be able to get into an election commission.
Oh, no, I call why in Flomo, hopefully you will agree to, even if possible, to appear.
Yes, that's showing no information. Let it be out there so the Liberian people can open their eyes. This is no joke.
Pa George, not to cut you off, Mr. So, whenever you set it up with Flomo to go to the neck, you know I'm on ground and ready and available to make my voice heard and supportive to the Liberian people and the electoral process. So as me being on ground, I'm here to also represent the Liberian Public Radio and the crew as a supporting cast to bring reality to the people.
Yeah, so this is very serious.
Yeah, I'm very serious. Upload something here quick, just to make sure when we talk, we don't just talk because we want to talk to appease people. Yeah. So in the meanwhile, while I'm doing this here, what should be the conversation now? Do you think the parties themselves they would engage, Mr. George?
Which party now? The opposition.
I mean, the political parties into the process itself, because all of these things here, they also have a stake in it. Do you think they would engage?
I don't know I don't know what are the opposition, but
I mean, all of them, all the participants, the party, because it is part of their job as well to make sure they have all of these conversations, for them to
do
what they are doing.
I don't know what it was involved, but now it's time to engage, because I think that the election commission should also publish the data roll or clean or something like that. They have not done it, even they are behind time. So what is happening that you have not published this list at this time? What are you waiting for? Live minister to come and, this is us, so then the people will not have time to peruse the list. Because these are strategies they are deploying. Because when we talk, I always say this thing. When we say election, I always say when they say election is rigged, it's not rigged on the day of that election. It is rigged a year before that election. This is why I always say it. Because these things, you see, the tactic they have deployed, it going down to climax the whole thing. Because they're not talking to the Liberian people. The data is over the public. Why publish it now? So people, if someone is not there, they can say, hey, I did register, this is my need. Or this need is duplicated. Nothing is done. So they will wait down and then they say, we publish the list. It's not our business. If you didn't look at it, don't blame us. This is not it. These people must start playing with people. The contract, as I said, it doesn't belong to one group of people. If you can't give you 6 years, it's not a matter of much that you must complete 12 years. Depending on what you do, the people can decide, okay, we can reward you. But if they decide to say, okay, the 6 years is enough, get up. Do not create a problem for people. This is nobody's farm. Liberia is not nobody's farm. It's nobody entitled to that country than another Liberians. So if you are put in a leadership, just how they put you there, if they say, we don't want you, pack your bag and leave the country. Turn and say, okay, thank you, I will go. If you know you are done good, maybe the next time they can say, hey, they can message you, say, okay, come back. If they don't need it, another person come in. But we cannot continue to play with our people's lives only because someone stay 12 years old, therefore I must stay 12 years. This is why these guys started with this song here. You will stay long inside, will go for 18 years, 24 years. These are the things they were depending on to deploy the kind of method to wreck the election. These are the things they were talking about. Now we're seeing it. This kind of thing is not good for us. Why we can't be honest? Why we can't be fair? Is it to create chaos for the people? Is that what they want? I mean, it's wrong today, it's wrong tomorrow. But as I said, we should stay on top of the street. We cannot strip this. It's not one time. We cannot strip it up. Let's continue to propound on the story. Let's get the people from the election community to come and speak. But we have evidence to show them documents that this is what is going on.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to get that information out here quickly. Hopefully, I will just get that done. I'll just get that done here. All right. So what should be the conversation now? Bottom line. Is it too late?
I mean, it is not too late. It is never too late. But to piggyback right on what Pa George said, and to support Mr. Soul argument, not argument, but point on the discussion is we cannot also, as a society, and we know us knowing where we're coming from, we cannot also just focus and base our blames on the two institutions. We as people and as a political party or parties, we also need to be there to emphasize and enforce the due process, because we're all affected by the inability of that institution. So it is our sole responsibility to enforce and assist each other in moving forward. That's what I like to attribute.
Okay.
Mr. So let me say,
well, I was coming in to say that we also need to be a bit mindful. We cannot cry more than the bereaved. The political parties are in Liberia. They have more stake in this thing. We are just part of civil society, but on the media end and the intellectual end, we cannot cry more than the political parties in Liberia. No. So I think at that particular time, if the party feel that this issue is very crucial, I think they can get a court to force neck to produce that result as early as this week. They can do that. But what I see, as we've been seeing from time and time again, the political parties, I don't know whether they are still in their slumber, still sleeping. I don't know. And if you expect the ruling party to try and boost stress and come out to say, oh, Neg, you got to work on that and produce this thing. CDC is not going to do that because it's in CDC's interest. All right?
Yeah.
And secondly, Mr. Moderator, we don't know the barriers or the challenges that have befallen the NEC in this era. But the nucleus of all election is the voter registration. That is the main election we're talking about, because those are the people that are sitting there that are supposed to vote. Just what Pa Joy said. Why, if you publish that thing, the eve of election, And a whole lot of people need all of that thing. That's a big problem in Liberia. This is the reason why it's good to publish that thing far ahead of time, so we can see all the flaws, so we can see all the gap, and try to close it before election day. You see? So now we will start to speculate now. Liberian quick on speculating. You
Okay.
see? But we as panelists, we don't want to dance in our other era. Yes. You see?
All right.
But actually,
So,
it's a serious problem. The way forward is for all the opposition to get together, go to the court, and force NEC to give reason why, and force them to publish this thing now.
okay, I'll try to download some of these images and to protect our souls, because their email address, I have to make sure and cross it out. These are a few images here, and this is what I can play here. Now, if you look here, this is the app. You see here, I don't know if you see here, the first far one on the right here, it says CDC Data Collection App. See here, that called NEC. So why with this, when you call people, you see right here, the on the far stuff on the far lane, you see where you see here, that dashboard, manage memo. You see manage memo there one. According to the source, that's the person the register. They walk you through this process. That's the person to the register. And she was able to register only one person. This is a final analysis, your name, your middle name, so your gender, and everything. If you see where they said a Google, the one I said a Google here, look here, this is where my concern is. And you see my picture there because we're on the messenger, and I wanted to make sure to get those information as well. Thank God the other side of the email address can see it. But you see here that all the NEC Liberia. Now, this is a 2023 application for data collection. So what is the strategy of this, of doing this? If you can do it on your own to know your voters, that is okay. But to have it attached to NEC, it means there's some sort of direct link is going there. Why are you collecting? Why are you asking people for their voters? And I want to play this here. But people, because they are these same people, the last time they voted for other parties, because they do not have morals, they are not consistent, they do not know what they want. So more or less, they are driven to people, they sell their country out. We are talking about protecting institutions. I don't care, George. I get tons of friends in CDC, in the government, and even opposition. I don't need anything about it. But what we are talking about protecting institutions. When we consistently continue to have these things, and then tomorrow you will be the same people to cry. I am not one of those, okay, because it didn't happen the last time around, we can't correct it. No. We have to excel in life. And that's where this whole problem is coming from. So my question here, and our one of those here we spoke against here, people just creating conspiracy theory, I will win. You need to show me how you're going to win. This is why we brought these numbers out yesterday. And we want to do press against our head. Not because you care 10,000 people on the feed, it means you're going to win. No. Because since that time, there are some people already died. Other people are going to be in the hospital. Other people will say they're not going to vote. So what is the justification you have to say, oh, because all the people that went to the theater, even whether it be a United Party or CDC, anybody, any intruder, any bystander can be there to just go and see the assignment. That does not necessarily suggest that person can vote for you. Now, but we hear all of these things here, and there's a timetable, and that timetable was ignored. It didn't meet the requirement. No explanation was provided. Then it is a concern. So they need to come clear to explain this. And it is why it is. Anybody can win the election. We just want a free and fair process. Yeah, go ahead, Pat Joyce. Maybe you're going to
let me add to it.
Part of this whole audio.
I was listening to one of the CCC posts I think on one of the registers OKFM this morning. He mentioned something about data, that the data they collected, they got about 200,000 persons that they have registered. You say according to the data. Now this, but the guy did not pushing to say.
Yeah, because they don't ask questions.
Now, breaking the news, and I try to connect the doubt now. The 200,000 people they're talking about, these are what this is what they've been doing.
The
So
leader said, Pa Joyce, they use zonal hairs.
Yeah.
And they encourage each person to register 500.
Yeah.
By going through this whole process here, you start with it about 8 stages. I can load the other one here. And then eventually it connect to where you see after vote 18, the next one here, because of her email address. So the system is well calculated.
Yes.
It's a well calculated. However, we have to validate it. But nobody, there's no way, all the people that did their stuff, you can't have all of these processes here. Look at here, where it says dashboard. The managed memo there is where, if you bring your 500 or 200%, that's where the submission is going to go.
Yeah.
Managed user. Yeah. She said she registered 1%. So you see here, the number 1, all the other ones 00.
Yeah.
She said, well, I just registered 1% because something. Now, and they make it clear. And I'm going to maybe play back here again.
Yeah, I wanted to say something to that.
Mr. So,
yeah.
Mr. So, I wanted to say something to that.
I have a suggestion. I think this is where I don't want us for the callers to come and start stabbing us in the back. That tape you keep playing, it creating some uneasiness out there.
Right.
To the point where other people are coming to bite us. So I would want for us to hold this tape because if validity could be questioned.
Right.
Whether it's from the election commission, we don't know.
No, I don't say from election commission.
No. I just seen something. I said whether it is from the election commission, we don't know. The source could be conspicuous, we don't know. Because, however, even online, there are tutorials online how to rig election. People are going to that school and studying that thing as well. Okay? When George Weah came up and said, this Nigerian dude must be election commissioner. I don't know how much it meant to us, but there was a long story in that thing when George Weah had a neck on the board that the Nigerian must be the election commissioner in Liberia. I think that's where the whole moral corruption started from. And the horse decided to fall back. I don't know why they decided to fall back. Probably the devil confused all of them. But that guy was heading to be election commissioner in Liberia. So this thing we're talking now, it would have been a different story. Okay?
Mr. So can I say something to this?
Okay,
yeah.
Or like what Mr. Mali is saying, in my opinion, that's why I'm not really talking about it, because in my opinion, it's not valid enough. It's not evidential to make a whole entire discussion centered around it as to say this is the medium by which it's going to rig election. We can speculate. We can we can think in our mind that it is possible, but we don't have the qualification to validate it, to say yes, this is what they are trying to do. Because a neck can come out and say that thing is not me. This is not connected to our system. What will you say? You will be out of words. So I think this is why Senator Darius Dillon requested for the voter roll. Because let me tell you something, if you look on Facebook and all these social media, we've been seeing these things, that there are voter registration cards that we saw women are putting on the bed. So that's what I guess saying is true. But the senator and other people cannot come out and say, you know what, this is what it is, because they can say this is not, we are not connected with this, and you will be left in oblivion. So that is why we are requesting for the voter roll to be published. Because when the voter roll is published, people can easily go there and validate their voter registration card. And by that, you will know now that, yes, you are in the system, prepped to vote. So nobody can be able to steal your vote. You understand what I'm saying? So that is why we are requesting.
Collins, let me push back on you and Mali very strongly. This network is a credible network. And the person that broke that story, they are very, very calculative. The Liberian Public Radio stand by that story. A front breaker of story.
I'm not saying it's not credible. I'm not
But
saying
you're
it's not
talking
credible.
about
I'm,
if
I'm
the next
saying it can be disproved by NEC.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
which of
mean
course,
because
I
it
mean, that
doesn't
is
mean
right.
that
I'm not
Nathan,
saying it's not credible. They can disprove it, and when they disprove
we
it,
have
how
to
can
be
you
careful
make
here,
it credible?
Terry. We have to be careful here.
no, I think Terry is right. But yeah, it's
So my point here. Many times the institution come and say it's not done, but when you deeper, they get caught up in it. When front page reported about the drug boss, what they say? They say, "Voila," and what we saw. So when news agency broke these stories, the government or other people can come and deny it and support them.
But
Say,
Pina
"Oh,
Bondo said Pina
this,
Bondo said
show
she's
me
not
this."
part of it.
But if let
She's
net
still
come and say
denying
they're
it.
not part of it, then the question here is how does document appear? Where the document came from?
so yeah is the issue. Now, this is the conversation. Everybody been having these sort of apprehensions, and we were willing to. How is this possible here? Now, it is the worker not just only to request it. They must also get out there because I'm not sure what are these people. They must also get out there to get people that are willing to say, "Hey, we were called in to do X, Y, Z." So my question: why will you call people to ask for their registration, voter card number, series number? What is the essence of that?
Yeah.
What is what is the reason to act? Because
Yeah.
you can pre-punch, it's like you go into work to clock in, right? They have some places you clock in. If you're not even going on time, other than you call your friend, one is not fingerprint, they can throw you in because that's the number that is assigned to you. So the question is, what is the reason? What is the point of asking for this? However, it can be questioned, but next should be able to provide answers. And Terry, you are quite correct. Now, the question would be why all of this delay with this publication? Why all of these things were saying addressed long time to avoid all of these crises?
Yes.
So
those are the discrepancies.
There are numbers on those things. There are numbers that people can
so
provide.
if you take somebody's number and there's a network set up, supposedly, talking still in the open air, and throw it in there. If you go vote tomorrow, what does that? Is that you still voting? Is your vote will still be counted? Do we have the technology sophisticated enough to determine whether something was done prior to you going there now at present? So these are all possibilities we have to talk about now because they are coming to public. All we want is credible, free, and fair election. We will hold far with it. They need to do their own diligence. That's what happens to when institutions fail to educate, to inform, to keep their people alert. And all what I was hearing, all the election commission will do their voter their awareness, this and that. You are looking for it. You're supposed to educate your people, say, hey, go and register. And I said that yesterday. The opposition screw up when they heard about that censor 5 million thing and they freak out. The Joseph Boyka, everybody they were telling their people not to register until later they start going. And they went to NEC for the extension. NEC said no. And I said, well, that was a good decision because they didn't use their senses. You want something first, precondition to your winning, you need to have the numbers. So CDC, I can say for sure, they did a good job when they were doing other things. They were registering their people. So they potentially, they could have a good edge on that because the opposition column were hesitant. They were doubt for getting to know census, just give an overview of the populations of the country. So to show how this election say how we should be sure of ourselves, over 5 million, you have only 2 point some more people. So you have about 3 million plus left over. That's literally about 40% you're talking about right there. So if we even give the 1 million to foreigners, then we still have 0.5% of our population did not register to respect the process. How can that be? For God's sake. And trust me, out of that 2 million, maybe 500,000 will be abstained out of the process because some people have died. Some people will say, well, this thing near me, I stay with the politics, then I go on my cassava farm. I go to work. Or if I come from work, I will vote. When I come from work, let me take a late nap. They will not show up. So, and that's why we've been saying here, they should start building the mind in their mind that, oh, because we have this crowd, we're going to win the election. Who are we? What is your own statistic that you have to say, oh, we went to this county, we have Mosorado for this number here, 891,000. we are for sure we get 400,000 plus people from Mosorado. Nobody, no party can say that they will get about 500,000 vote from Mosorado to win. No way. It's not possible.
Yeah, but Mr. So, here is my take. I don't want for some member of the viewing public to capitalize on this scenario that you are playing to say, oh yes, even the Liberal Public Radio show us this thing how the people started cheating already. You know, this is where I'm coming from. Now we are withholding our sources on this thing. We don't know where it's coming from. The information there is strictly in the fraudulent section. You know, strictly. We don't know which party is doing it. We are holding our souls to our chest. So what I want to say here is that I want to halt this portion of our discussion. Because it seems to be now we are in the direction of validating this thing.
No,
and it's going to
no.
sing. I come in now. And it's going to sing in some people, like you see the other caller that came back, that even told you why you bringing the kind of for sensitivity at the kind of time the video playing all the kind of thing. So I come in now. I come in, Mr. Moderator. For me, I don't want to continue playing this thing because I don't want to validate this thing. Secondly, even if the voter registration come out tomorrow, trust me, there are so many people in the system now figuring out how to ready find shortcut to too many things. We might even be surprised to see so many voter registration in the system after the election commission voter registration. People doing their own thing. Will we be validating these things on the platform? No. So we got to validate what comes from the election commission. Full stop.
No, listen.
No.
They are different. I understand where you're coming from because maybe people are going to get it. You get it. No. The history of LPR is not yesterday's news. So I am not much interested of people's personal feelings, how they feel about me today and tomorrow they feel different way. This is why I got
that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what most of the people that are flying all around, they come here today when you say A, you're their man. The next day, when you say A, you're not their man. That's not what we are talking about protecting. This is a long-term goal. We are not talking about short-term. It's not just about George. We have Benedict Cummings and what his name? Joseph Boyka scenario alone we are talking about. We are talking about the long-term protections of democracy, institution, so that we will be restricted as a people. That's what we are saying.
Yeah, but what?
Don't worry about that.
How authentic is this source that we are playing with on the platform?
Mali, let me tell you something. If you don't want to comment on this issue, you can abstain from it. But I will comment on it. And
no,
I'm talking about the credibility of the platform.
It's not a matter of
individual.
So, Mali,
what the intensity of the source?
Mali, if you got a story, you have to authenticate your story before you go with it.
No, I'm challenging. I'm challenging you and the moderator.
Okay, but
what is the authentic nature of this source? We keep playing.
So why are you starting me to play the audio? Look, hold on 1 second, Mali.
Yeah,
I'm not like one of those who just throw anything out. Like I said, this information been going on, and we decided to make a call. And not just
on the breaking
audio,
news.
Because not just on the audio. I say, can you send me exactly what
news.
I took a note? Can you send me images of what you're talking about? I don't know what is your fear. There's nothing to fear, but I will feel vindicated to have this conversation, whether it is true or right, to have this conversation to talk about it and find a preventive measure since the election had not taken place. But I will feel guilty if I do not talk about it. And after the election, I bring this here. Is that a news? That's not a news. News is about information. We are trying to find solution to this problem.
Yeah,
and they didn't lie. They make it clear.
I'm also concerned about the credibility of this platform.
Well, Mali, I can tell you, it is your right to have concern about the credibility. But if we say we stand by the story, we stand by it. And I can tell you, there is another outlet that carries this information. And I will send you that outlet.
So what is the source of this information?
Male,
Let us be transparent. Let us be transparent and accountable
Mr. Male,
to the reading public.
Mr.
So what is the
Male,
source of the
Male, you are a
information?
journalist.
No, I'm
Yeah.
going to push back.
No,
What is
so
the
yeah, you can
source
push
of
back,
this
but Male,
information?
you do right. If tell me all the story that you have written or published, will you disclose your source?
So listen,
Yes, if you want it, yes.
No.
Now
No,
you're
no,
obligated.
disclose
No,
my
you're
serious?
obligated to. You're
That's what I'm
obligated
saying,
to
yes.
report your source.
So
a comprehensive report,
no,
you're
at the beginning of the
obligated to
story,
report
but
your
yeah,
You
is
can
the
choose
deal.
not to disclose
Not
the
This
source. If you go to
individual,
jail, you can go to jail for not disclosing your source. If you disclose your source, that will jeopardize that person's life. I will not disclose it. I can take you can take
I've
the
never
court.
seen anybody who would put their source
No
at danger.
journalist will put their
But
source
I
out.
can tell you, this person that I know work with the election commissions. They were involved in the registration process, so they are open with it. They make it clear that this registration, they call them and they went to cassette party headquarters. This is what a call a specific name. We were following with this name here, who this person, what a worker. So I don't see what is the fear.
Well, you're pushing
Well,
back
if
again.
Mr. So,
Mr. Moderator, there are
Mr.
two fear here. You just asked a very good question. Who could be dragged to court? Election Commission gonna say, look, these are the things that try to impede our image. This platform is carrying this thing here. It means that some people are concluding that this is how the moral corruption start in the whole election thing. They could be concerned about their own credibility. Now we are putting information out.
And the argument would be why did the election commission did not address all of these issues? Why is the voter roll being held hostage when people were talking about potential cheating, wrecking election? Were they not concerned that all of these apprehensions were taking place? So why
we have not spoken to them? We don't know their challenges and the barriers.
Male, it is not
Yeah, Mr. Male.
They have not spoken about challenges. The election commission had press conference. They have not spoken about the shortcoming that they cannot do this.
If you have challenges, I should come and ask you. You suppose when you are serving as a public servant?
Okay,
yeah,
so
why say something, Mr. So?
Now you have bunch of observers in the system. Are they speaking to this thing?
Malice, why you always say here, President George Weah is not speaking to the nation, is not addressing the nation? Who, when you have challenges, who's supposed to come with the information? Should I come to you? Then are you going to unveil the issues at stake? What you are doing to find remedy to it?
Oh, that depends on the circumstances under which you are operating.
So what is the circumstances right now?
The circumstances right now is 1, credibility. 2, authenticity. 3, we are talking about we're holding a soul. The information, the timing of the information at a particular time, it's too sensitive.
So therefore,
we're holding it. Mr. So, can I say something real quick?
We're holding it
Mr.
and releasing it later on. I think I would prefer that. No, this is a very sensitive at this particular time.
Bad practice. You see danger and you withheld the danger until it goes into frame. Then you say, "Oh, Harley, if I knew I want to talk," I'm not one of those.
Mr. So, can I say something real quick?
What we're doing now, we are preventing. We are preventing to find solutions so that if it was in the making, it would be aborted. If election commission did not know about it, election commission will jump on it to address the situation.
What's the guarantee?
Yeah,
so many people are playing with the internet. What's the guarantee? There's no guarantee there.
On the flip side, Mr. Mali, you got to understand that this is Mr. So's passion. He's a journalist. That is what journalists do. All right. Like when Aaron was saying, he always talk about Spoon Network, or putting us stuff. Spoon Network have been accredited the right to operate as a media institution in Liberia. When they put on
LPR, we pay taxes.
Yeah, LPR too. So likewise, Front Page Africa, when they put all information, they put all information on the basis of the accreditation. And they are responsible to go for the hidden information and bring it to us and give it to us. It is your government now responsible to go and say this information and prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the information the media institution is presenting is not accurate. But until then, the information remains to be accurate because that is the job, that's what they were approved for. So Mr. So is doing his job. The only thing I was saying is that, you know, how credible is this information? No, that's why I say on the flip side. Because
why are you asking about the credibility of the information? Why are you concerned about that?
I'm concerned about it because in one instance is that we, the opposition, we cannot say this information is the information we're going to use to persecute NEC. All right? Because we have to have all evidence necessary proving. But the media institution, it is their responsibility.
NEC cannot be prosecuted. Sorry for cutting you off. It's a private, electoral institution.
Yeah,
they can only be taken to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, NEC can be prosecuted. They can be challenged. They can be prosecuted.
They can be challenged, but not prosecuted.
Okay, maybe I will learn that from you. I will check it out. But what I'm saying is that, you know, it is the media responsibility. Like right now, you will tell us that Front Page Africa lied on Finabondo, but the government said that Finabondo said that she did not, her name is not on the manifest. The government brought their own manifest to prove that Finabondo's name was not on the manifest that other institutions brought up, and even denying that Front Page magazine ever got information that her name was mentioned. So it is the responsibility now of the government to disprove the argument of the media. But you can't disprove the media and say, look, you know what, don't discuss the issue here. You know, you can't say that. I was only giving a recommendation or a suggestion to the media, to Mr. So, that given the magnitude of what is happening now, we need to validate this information enough sufficiently before bringing it out. But again, this is a media institution.
Yeah, it's the thing. Look, that's why if I take it aside, trust me, I would do everything possible they can. Like in the case of Terry, he's a Boycott supporter. Amos Joy, ANC, we don't know where you stand, multiple places, which is okay as well. But we are also on an obligation when we get this news, when it is a news, and when you have gone beyond to do your own investigation, when somebody is willing to say, okay, yes, record my voice. Yes, I'm sending you this. You are already gathered more than 2-3 sources, and that's what makes it a news. We are on an obligation, not necessarily to satisfy who might feel they might be hurt in the process because of this. We are not saying this is what's going to happen, but we are forecasting to avoid this thing happening so that even NEC is not aware. Having this doesn't mean NEC acknowledge what they are doing. Anybody can do anything, but that will also give NEC the opportunity to say, okay, well, we need to have maybe as investigation. We need to seek more inquiry. Wait a minute, what is going on here? The election has not taken place. Then they will put measures in place to do it. But you are literally telling me somebody is planning to execute or assassinate Amos George. And you say I should wait until the assassination takes place. Then I say, oh, police, I was dead. I was planning. I heard Malice talking about assassination. I'm a collaborator. Then I am one of the chief facilitators of that crime. What we are doing is to protect the institution. It's not in favor. It's not against anybody, but to protect the integrity of democracy. For what anybody can win. And this is why we are pushed against here. People being driven into crowd. Oh, I have this crowd. I want to win. It doesn't work that way. They need to work and do the right thing. That's all what we are saying. So we have not done anything wrong. We have the right, whatever information we receive, we'll feel confident about that information. It doesn't mean it's 100% perfect, but when we talk to people and they're willing to go beyond to tell us, to provide narrative, how it's been working and give all of this information, should I wait until after October 10th? Then I come back and say, oh, this is what I get. Will you respect me for that? Does that make sense? Will anybody even listen? Absolutely not.
But Mr. So, you can remember the incident that took place in Yegokoba district. Unfortunately, the lady that died, I think that she died, who were registering people there, and she was working for the election commission. Citizens were on the old road, they were collecting people, and Yegokoba then raised the alarm. They went to the election commission.
Under the supervision of the UP.
when she went there, they reported to the election commission and she lose her job. So these are some of the things we're talking about. There have been practices in Liberia or around the country or around the world that we see this thing happening. And because we say that, we are afraid to talk it because some people will come and challenge, oh yeah, that's a job.
Of course. Why you question people? Why people can't even question you in the first place? And by this here, it does not suggest that the president is aware, or even there could be some other operators or other people interest group in the interest of the party, or different people doing anything possible. It's possible, but that does not negate the fact that we shouldn't talk about it and wait until it occurs before we have a conversation. That is not a news.
Mr. Moderator, let me just be clear on this. I differ with all you people conclusion and analysis.
Well,
you have to write.
What I'm saying here is this: we have a very strong. I come in Prince. We have a very strong reputation on this platform, and one of the strongest reputation we have on the platform is to always make sure to provide our references, so that we are clear or doubt, so that those listening to us will follow through on those references to make sure what we're saying on this platform is truth and nothing but the truth. So if we have come to the point where our references are now being withheld for some other reason, then I think we are deviating from the tradition we have set to uphold and defend the reputation of this platform. This is the reason why I said, let us hold on to this thing, because the references and say, what are your references? What are your sources? Now we are saying sources cannot be reviewed, but this is not the reputation of this platform.
But Mali,
we have always been in the business. We have always been in the business of producing our references. No, I'm holding you guys.
You're holding it the wrong way. That's a wrong interpretation. I don't want you to say that.
Wrong way.
Why is it? We don't have a tradition. We don't have a tradition here. There's no tradition.
So you get information. So what happened if someone asks you for your reference and your source? What are you going to
Mali, I does not have to disclose my source.
No, I just asked you a question.
I don't have to disclose my source. If I bring information,
if I ask you what is your reference to the information, what are you going to tell me?
It's source, Mali. It is in journalism. That's my source. I'm not forced to disclose.
Is that what you do? You can when somebody when they report the incident, then you go tell them. Are you serious?
Oh man, I don't know, but I'm taking a back tonight.
All right,
Mr. So, I would just like to comment and attribute that. It was exciting that Park George came in and intensified the argument with Mr. Mali, which made the conversation very interesting. And now to furthermore say is now as veteran politicians and community servants, how do we pressure our political parties or political affiliate in enforcing the constituent or the partisans?
I gotta leave you guys. I'm gonna pick up my daughter. So see you guys.
Okay, Mr. Mali. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Mali. So now, how do we enforce?
So before you go, Mali.
Yes.
Before we go, there is note. If you trust and believe in what you are doing is right, you don't have to worry about people's judgment. We have an obligation. The country comes first. So when a patriotic citizen at his or her own volition comes out to say, oh, this is what happened, I didn't even know. So it means this is going to do, but plenty of people with plenty did this thing here to go ahead and to the extent willing to go on record and send me. I am not saying 100%, but we have to discuss it. We have to talk about it since, in fact, the main event has not taken place. So we'll find a resolution. But if I hear, if you are a patriotic Liberian and you hear a group of Liberians planning subversive activity, you witness it, you recall it, they give you incident, and you fail to tell the joint security, then I'll question your patriotism. Go pick up your dollar before DCYF come to you.
We'll hold you accountable as well. We'll hold you accountable
Yeah,
as well.
I would say I would say you have to destabilize the country.
Of
Well,
course.
look, honestly, here I know time is fast spent. We don't do this usually, and like I said, I did place a call. Henry Flomo, I know him very well, who is a public relations officer. I ain't like, bro, I tried calling, I didn't get it. So coming to US, I will not get it. But when things are happening, and we see some cloud, these sort of apprehension, people talking about it. Does that make it true? No. But there are other things that they are saying you are not saying. And for somebody to come out, I think it's better we have this sort of conversation to put it to a rest. That will even help NEC ourselves to address these issues because we know the consequences of election, the outcomes of it. We do not have that political tolerance in Africa, period. It's not like here. We saw what happened here January 6th, but the people that love their country, if it was Liberian vice president, my guess, they would have turned that vote over because they want their political desire to be met. But one person didn't put party first. They put the interest of the country. Les Cheney sacrificed for political career. Adam Kissinger of Illinois sacrificed his political career. I bet any Liberian politicians to have done that. William Scarborough, he was one of the guys on MSNBC. He was one of the guys that was against the Bushes. What happened? The Bushes, when he was a representative, they fought hard and they pushed him out.
Out, yeah.
But he stood for a principle, for the love of the country. So for Mali to say there's nothing like a tradition. It's almost signed with an institution. Our job here, nobody can tell us. This is what politicians. How many of them come out here? Not that we don't call them, but when you call them, they want you to send pre-arranged question. What kind of question you ask me? I don't have time for that. That's nonsense. It is fair enough to give you an outline of a conversation, so we don't beg them. This is why you guys we are here to discuss it. So I don't care if you're a CDC person, you are United Party. When it comes across you, when it was United Partisan, we will say how many times we have not been called to say, oh, this one you on cover, you on top cover. Seriously, how can we have this country fixed when all of us, when people are so protective of their own alligator? Because and this, guess what, Prince? These same people, as soon the election, all the people that dying for the voting tomorrow, they ain't getting jail, then they get Billy go face. They will even the direct dealer, all the people that were raising money. I one of those. I said, George Lobo, you will come here and confess because this guy, I drove to his house, I interviewed him, I talked to him, and I don't see that level of authenticity in him. There's some sort of deceit in him. And at the end of the day, he started flip-flopping, but he's been seen at the Messiah now as a window who went in the house and decided to call his friend spineless people when your job there is to build a consensus. This is how these people lack wisdom and knowledge to achieve what they want. So we are not here to hard to protect any. What we are here for is to make Liberia. You can't tell me about Prince Johnson. I was at LPMC warehouse, one of those when I don't like to talk about that story because my late brother, he almost get her to death. When Prince Johnson, who was the crown man here, he raised his finger. When some of us wanted to tell this story, taking last name, blah, 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 he said, I can't speak any other dialect. When they want to kill me, let them kill me. And he look at he said, are you sure, Crown Man? And he introduced himself fully. I am standing so paramount chief from BI district, Grand Gita County, which of course is a known person here. And he let him go. He said, no, that man, he just looking for Saint Army. And Captain Gate, a Gambia contingent rescue us. I'm not one of those who just butterfly in boot. We went through a lot. When Sierra Leone, we get a taste that from NPFL. So when we're talking about
testimony.
when we're talking about things that are happening, 1985, we know what happened in elections when government people say if your people not do this, this will not happen. So what we do, we prevent crisis. I don't like to manage it because we are not good at managing crisis. So for you to say If I hear somebody want to kill danger in my country, I have to report it. This is what made this country a patriotic. That's the distinctions of this country. Even though guns to go around, they kill people to do this, but when it comes to defending their country, every Americans are willing to do that sacrifice. How many of us are willing to do that? How many political parties, Prince, are we now in? All of these people, they were part of NDP, or they were part of LAB, they were part of where Gabriel Bole party. All these parties, they are passed in that. Why are they leaving these political parties? Why are they not fixing these problems that are existing in these parties? These summertime politicians, sycophants, and people who were people today, if they not get it tomorrow, then they are disappointed, roaming all around like a roving ambassador. Is that why we should protect them because of our country? No, no. We want a
the moderator is on fire tonight.
This is very helpful when you see people one day in good shape, the another day is in good shape. This is not something that is to antagonize person, but we need to have things in order if we want to get a better life. You think Ghanaians will come and run our country, or even you take Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, it will be the same thing. So,
and Mr. So, you're absolutely right.
I am shocked with this information. Am I saying it's 100%? No. But for somebody to come out to say, oh, but this is what has happened, we must give people the opportunity to tell their narrative, to tell the stories. And I believe if I go down through this audio with this sort of information, he said, we plenty. We didn't know. I don't know the intent of that. Is that purposely for them? But what is the rationale behind that? We were talking about party to get their people, which is okay. But why will you ask for people voter to registration card, series number, and all of that? What is the purpose of that?
Using something that has net identity.
Why is it? Why it could be fake and terror, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So this is also an awareness for NIC to put preventive measures in place. Put the voter roster out. Make sure everybody that registered, they are involved and their vote will be guaranteed. That's all we want. I don't care who wins. We must respect the vote of every library. That's the bottom line. Gentlemen, what are your closing point before? Friends, I know it's really late inside Liberia. Prince Sleeping?
Look, Mr. School, let me say this. For me, I always say, I'm not afraid of nobody. Nobody.
Look at Breakable. What I would discuss pre-YJ statement. That means not yet. Even not on a PYJ statement. Let me just tell you, we don't just talk that your Tabata thing there somewhere. We're not talking about it.
So,
wait, Jeremiah Cohn's statement.
Justice. The people are interested in justice. Look, I remember when I was in Buchanan, they used to bring children from Nima in trailer. Over 200-300 children. Put them down at the police station, and people go there and pay $5 Liberian or $2 at a time for each of those children. Most of the children don't know their parents.
It's just to disprove you, Breakable, Unity Party Vice Presidential candidate rehashing the words of Senator Prince Johnson, meaning we have discussed it here. We don't just go on a network, grab people talking point where because they are party driven. No, we don't do that. We talk our own thing here, and that's why we're not too much into stuff here. Go ahead, Pat Joy, for us to go.
Look, Mr. Sue, I always tell people when they on the other side, they make noise, but when they're on the side, they don't make noise. Because this issue brought out some party need have been mentioned in it now. And that people you see who coming online to ask all the questions, you got proof, you got this and that. Hell no, I don't care. If I got a story that I know I was trying to get, I can speak about it. And people are acting like they say that when you're in a business, how many times you saw a reliable journalist giving their source out? Some information people get you, if you get it that their life, you put on a line there. That's why they ask you, can you protect me? Can you trust? I cannot trust you? Yes. I'm giving this thing here. Yes. So I tell people, if you carry me to court, carry me to court. I can stay in the court. I say, I'm not disclosing my soul. All you got to say, that's not a matter of jail. That's all. But no court will compare you that you got to give you. No. You cannot disclose the soul. It doesn't. You go to a penalty when you go to jail, they will jail you. But you have to remain committed to that person, to protect that person. So this is how the system, this is how the thing works. We cannot come here, we hear some credible information, we say, oh, you know what? I'm not too sure, man. I will not talk to you. This
How
is
can
what
you
happened
we don't say it happened, you hold it. Hold it
Yes.
to what?
This is what happened in 1989. When there were rumors, people coming to Monrovia and said that, hey, rebel activity was taking place in Nima. They were training people, so many people deny it. They said, well, lie. That lie. Oh, what a proof. And even some in some quarter, people brought photo. 1989, people brought photo of people training in Nima. But some people say, oh, that lie. People just want to create scenario, they just want to make people fear. What happened? Some people in Monrovia left, wanted to see them behind the line. You say, oh, I started seeing the guy for 6 months, 9 months, I see the man. But yet the man was gone. So this information, when we get it, when we ask 1 or 2 questions, we say, okay, you sure? Yeah, okay, we'll talk about it. Come and challenge it. Next can come and say, okay, where are they? We say, this is the information we have. What do you say about it? Do you know about it? No. Okay, can you investigate? Because there's a document here. Your name is only maybe fake. You tell us. So we cannot be afraid.
Maybe we gotta reach out to Unity Party. Whether they have an app that is registering their own people to connect to that. I mean, correct. So for and you, ANC commissioner, maybe you can talk to your ANC people if they're willing to talk to us too.
But Mr. So I'm telling you, this information is not just now. Somebody called, I don't remember, I talked to you one, yeah, you and myself had a discussion that people were recruiting people in Ivory Coast. They were taking voter cards. And the person who in Ivory Coast came down to attend one of the party occasion. The person gave me the name. The person that gave me the information said, this person myself were in school together, were in the same dormitory, which is sleep on the same bed. Then he's the one that gave me the information. Call me and tell me all the X, Y, Z. But these are the things that when you tell people, the political party, when you talk to some of the people, they say, okay, anyway, but the information someone will get, you don't get it, I don't get it, someone what you get, because we know different people. They talk to people. Somebody call you, oh, my man, this thing happening. Try to investigate. You can call this person, you can call this person. So that's how it works. But if we are yet to say, oh, you know, I don't want people accusing me. Oh, no. You can accuse me. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm kind of a little bit surprised, Malice.
Yeah,
you know,
you can
when, before we go, you know, when the whole Stanton Tabata came about, there's a lady called me. I told you, but I'm military. Called me. Somebody said, oh, somebody want to explain this is so. That was like 2 years ago. And I talked to her. So I said, do you have anything to show me? It's just insufficient for you to tell me, say, because it has to do with somebody's character. Do you have anything to show me to validate your argument? Yes, you are going there. They don't do it. You want to come? I said, he said, you know, I don't want to do it. I said, well, if you're not willing, if you don't want to show your face, people interview people with black, whatever, but I need to have something tangible to valid, not just gentleman conversation. For example, you go into the school, your tuition, information that carries the school. Then if there's an issue, I will know. If you're not willing to do that, I will not talk to you, because then there are some information still being concealed. So as much I want to break news, I don't just break any kind of news and then later on I come down and bend my face down like a baby goat. No. So if you don't know what you are doing, what we are talking about here, Terry, is about our country. I can disagree with you. I can agree with you. And we argue on this network here and exchange intellectually, disagree, agree, and something. But for somebody to say you get information and hold it until incident happen, I have not seen anywhere any person who will endanger their souls. That's the end of your career.
Of course.
But Mr. So,
because I want public attention. No, it doesn't work that way. That's not.
Mr. So, you see, that's why I took my word back, because I look at it from your work ethic perspective. Especially, you got a network that is a media-based institution and accredited in
It's in
Liberia to
Liberia.
give the people information. So that is what you do. That is all you do. That is your life. So, looking at it from that perspective, I think it's right to discuss it once you are sure of your source and you are sure of the information that you have validated it. It is all accurate to discuss it. But what I wanted to say on my closing, Mr. So, is this. All right. When it comes to the legislature trying to call for the neck to, I think somebody said that the legislature, I think it was Mr. Mali or Prince, that the legislature should call the people. First of all, the legislature themselves trying to get elected. Some of them are trying to get elected.
Everybody are in that campaign now, right?
Obviously. So it is not the responsibility right now to do that because they're on recess according to the law. The only person that can call them that is the executive, which is the president. The president want them to come. Like this kind of issue, according to the law, the president can call them and say, but President, we will not call them. So obviously, it is binding now on all political parties to fight this battle. And that is why Senator Dillon is calling for a protest. Because the only thing that can move this government is a protest. When he said that thing on Spoon Talk, automatically, one of the big men from NEC called. So if Senator Dillon had not appeared to threaten or your government NEC will protest, you wouldn't have said anything. And
that's what I'm saying. People are used to manage just to get in crisis. That is not good.
And these are things. And to Aaron, lastly, Aaron said something about how I'm trying to say that chaos will come. No, Aaron, I didn't say that. I said that Liberians are not patient-minded. If something goes wrong, God forbid, based upon all these information Mr. So giving and all of what we're seeing on social media and all that, if something do go wrong and they do rig the election, and there's a sanction comes on President Weah from the international community stating that our election was fraudulent, it was rigged, that will prompt an uprising. And that is why you're hearing Prince Johnson making, even Joseph Boyka, at the place that Joseph Boyka sent a threatening remark concerning these elections. And remember when Joseph Boyka was at 2FF, he said in 2017, there were 10,000 men awaiting them to cause chaos. But he said no. So what we're saying is that anything can happen. This is election. We know what happened during, we know what happened in 1980 or 1990 that brought a war. So you cannot rule that out, my brother. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Sue.
Look, Terry, let me tell you something. I always say this. Liberian people don't let them hear the truth, especially when something is not in their favor. For me, I have said it. Election can bring war. It can bring trouble. So nobody will come and try to sugarcoat it. So the sanctions are being posed on. So the U.S. government has listed people, said that was involved, that instituted violence and cheating. The Millennium Fund, they have put a hold on it. Nigeria, the Chief Justice, the last time he was on trial, they denying visa. So these things, when we're talking there, people just look under their feet. Or people just want to generate things, they want to cause confusion. No. I always say that if you don't want trouble, do not create something that do not do things that will create trouble. And that is, if we want Liberia to remain peaceful, the election will be free and fair. Anybody that win a job will win free and fair, I don't have a problem. But people should not manipulate the system that will create confusion. Now, when you talk about that one, they say, oh, you want to incite people. No, we are not inciting people because we have lived it before. 1985, it was led to 1990. What happened in that election in 1985, it was what dragged on to 1990. But some people quit to learn and quit to forget. Hard to learn, but quit to forget. This is what they're doing again. When we're talking anything, we're not talking because we hate George Williams. No. All we want the country, if you win it free and fair, guarantee. The people live another 6 years. But we don't want things that will create problems. When we're talking about it, people say, oh, you want to bring confusion in the country. No. Because if we don't talk this thing, that one will lead to the trouble. And we all got stuck in that country. Nobody will tell you, say, oh, I'm a spectator. No. Because once you from Liberia, you got relatives there, you got friends there. If hell break loose, you suffer indirectly. So nobody should come out, oh, we get a male spectator. No, I'm not a spectator. and part of that country. And when we see something wrong, we have to put it out there. If the election commission can say, not happy, we're not happy. Front page carry the story. If not putting a guy ready to go and sue front page for defamation, why they can't go and sue front page? Since front page lie on her, she can go and sue. Then remedy our law when people lie on you. So, Mr. So, thank you about this. We'll stay on this story. We'll stay on top of this story.
We will continue to do what we're supposed to do. This is not meant to appetize somebody because you want to get a good news. No, that's not it. But we say as it is, and I make sure and do what is right for the good of the country, because it's all of us country. And everybody went through it. We know what happens, the experiences people have. Nobody wants to go down that route. And there are consequences when elections are not properly conducted. Whether it's a 1 day, it's a 2 days, we don't want that. We want institutions of integrity. That's the bottom line. So people that are so much politically driven or so enticed with these people that call political leaders, they don't even know where it comes from. That's from the 1955 election. Charles D.B. King and all the sort of stuff that they did, people just play cycle to themselves because they want to have absolute power. How many political parties we have not had in Liberia? Why is institution not being sustained? For what reason?
Right.
Why are they not? We see here on a daily basis. Where is NDPR today? It's the same
But
thing.
people got a notion that one apple spoil the whole tree. So once there is a political leader that does wrong, they tend to blame the entire wrong on the entire party. So they cut down the whole party. Thereby, when that leader leave power, that party dies instantly. That is what it is. But I do not believe in the theory of one apple spoil the whole tree. When one apple get rotten, cut the apple off, so that the other one, the tree still have the ability to produce more apples. There's a possibility that that political institution can still produce vibrant people. Every political institution has people.
Yeah, but Terry,
the only thing that I know
that is our problem.
The only thing that I know that is credible, one, it pleases your political desire, that is a credible information. One, against or you find it antagonistic is not credible. So that phenomenon is established one that we know from time to time. If you're for Unity Party, they cheer you, or the day it goes against them, you either sedition or you ANC president. So we have lived that culture of perceptions in the minds of the people. Okay, guys, we're gonna call it a day, and tomorrow is what? Thursday. The Liberal gonna be here. I think tomorrow you're gonna be here with the Liberal. So Friday we're gonna team out, and we are making preparation, hopefully, to give this coverage as well. Christopher Wloti Tobasi is he will go blast into there by information not credible.
Those guys are bombarding you.
One sided.
That is thing I let Terry. Me, I let Proto come after me. I'll be laughing.
I mean, and I like him because he stands for. Yes, he has a strong political ideology of the party he supports, and that's how it's supposed to be.
That Livingston brother there. Unbreakable.
Wow. Net to the guy, CDC, that's strong, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Drank beer with some of them in Liberia, man. They are my people. But it's all about these people. Some of them, you see, where in Israel Fagon, then where they end up with ALP. They went there. What they didn't do, they'll be on biker tomorrow. Biker ain't get enjoy again. Then you flip. So that's how the hypocrisy is too much.
Mr. Fagon is a politician, Mr. So.
What?
He's a politician.
No. Terry, Terry, don't spoil it here. Terry, don't spoil
it. He were you today now, so he a politician. That's what I gotta do.
No, not that.
Terry,
even from the very time I saw Fagon, I like the guy, even when you were with CDC, because the guy he have that talking spirit. You know, he can put things together and make it make sense. Even when it's not supposed to make sense, he make it make sense. And he wrap around stuff. See the work he does. He's a politician. You can't take
No.
it from him.
No.
You know?
Listen,
And
Terry.
he's a typical Liberian politician.
Terry.
That is how Liberian politics. He
No,
understands
Terry,
the Liberian politics.
No, Terry, people should have principles. People should have value.
But this guy denigrated
So,
the former vice
the
president.
man-
You know, their own, they don't politicians
So what you
always
say about
create-
Costa? Then? What you say about Costa too? He
That's
He's
why-
denigrated the
not.
former vice
He's not.
president.
I'll say it many
Terry,
times. He's not.
Terry, you are not
They
following
are,
me before. Eh?
they are
Terry,
immature. You know
on
what
this-
politician
on
does?
this platform,
Politicians
yeah,
always
Mr.
leave
Soden.
a vacuum. You don't just empty up, but their
Yes.
own, they just vomit everything and then later on they take it in. That's not how
Terry,
politicians do it.
yes, you are not following me. I brought Henry Costa and show you. When I was talking about your standard bearer, Joseph Walker. Henry Costa came to defend his our line. But he couldn't prove that. I'm not one of those. I always tell people when I say something about somebody, I don't go back my word. I said it over. I said Henry Costa. I used to tell Mr. Sawyer. I said Henry Costa, you got a bright future, but the way your temperament. We interview Henry Costa here. I said if you're not careful, you will one way enter Labaka Matthew, who our time was so popular, but could not win an elected position in Nigeria. I used to say that about Henry Costa. I said I like Henry Costa. I said, but the way he talked, the temperament, I said it will land him somewhere. I criticize Henry Costa. I'm not one of those.
But then what you also say about the CDC-led government, to all the things they say about Ellen Johnson said it, they came back and said Ellen Johnson said it is 80% President we are. What do you say about that?
Listen. That's person we have view. So I don't question people. I can question your view because when you put it out there, then it's something for discussion. But you think person we are very sincere to say that you are not honest. And you
What I'm trying to
talk,
say, Pak George.
No, you talk about Eugene Falcon. Eugene Falcon, when you're in CDC, Eugene Falcon was advocating that people must go to jail who disagree with George Weah. Eugene Falcon.
Yeah.
Eugene Falcon said they'll defend the revolution. If it cost them to take colors and think they will take it. It was that statement I would talk. The US government had to call George Weah to suspend for a week. So today, this man is in your corner now. You're praising him. What happened tomorrow if you fall again?
Politics.
No, this is what you do. Yeah, people go from party to another party, but you cannot be recycled just from one to the next party because you don't find a way to go there. You don't find a way to go to this place. And this is why I hate many of the politicians in Nigeria. If I say
but when you started knowing Eugene, it was because it was during a CDC time. You ever knew him before then?
No.
Eugene myself were in Camp Waterloo.
Let me tell you.
That when I called him from Yale.
Eugene.
They're calling George Bush.
Listen, Eugene means, Sarah, let me tell you, Eugene is Casaprico. Eugene and myself were on a camp together. Eugene and myself used to eat from the same bowl. We'll play football together right on our feet. So don't tell me that.
What I'm saying, his political career started to shine.
Which win you are playing?
I play number 4. What wrong with you?
Number what?
Don't do that, man. Number 4. Don't do that. Don't do that kind of thing. But what I want to say is politics is dynamic. Politics is dynamic. A politician can come. A politician is different from a journalist. A politician is different from the politics is dynamic. A politician can say the worst thing about you today. Tomorrow, look at Prince Johnson. Tomorrow he can say something different. And people will say that's why people always see politicians to be contradictory. Most of those guys you see that fight among each other, when you see them in the background, they sit down, they drink beer together, they get drunk, they go look for women together. Those guys that you see can be acting like they're fighting.
So
they wouldn't do that before their followers. But in the back, they go they pleasure make.
Terry, I know some people in CDC. I know some people from the Unity Party. I know some people from the institute. I go to LPR, I hang out with people. But the point here I'm trying to make, if you want to build an institution, not an individual, you have to stay somewhere to build something.
Yeah, Prosper, Terry said Eugene Fargo has seen the light. So that's why it is. Eugene Fago has repented from his sin of wrongdoing, so DNB has forgiven him.
That is a political statement. The Liberian politician, how they can talk. Ain't see how the man talk.
Eugene Fago was advocating for Henry Costa, to be arrested, brought to Malta to be prosecuted. And today,
politics is dynamic.
Look, that one, look, listen, if you work
You
in
see, Mr.
government,
Cummings, why would Mr. Cummings got Louis Brown with him? Mr. Cummings got a lot of other people that you and I did not expect him. You yourself, you said there were some people you queried Mr. Cummings on some actions. That's why I asked you the other night, do you know Mr. Cummings as a politician or do you still know him as a businessman? Because the political scenario in Liberia is dynamic. It don't remain static. It can change anytime. And when it changes, you will be surprised who become your alliance.
No, it's a deal.
You know,
it's not really dynamic. The problem in Liberia is lack of political tolerance. Politicians are not.
And people don't want to build institutions. People do not want to build institutions. All the people that you see that go to Joseph Walker, all the people that are flooding with Joseph Walker because they think that he's going to win. So you see many people crossing over. If they turn around,
so who gonna win?
They will go back into the person who want. Oh, my man, you know what? They're trying to pick a chance. My man talk to me. I'm seeing people can leave institutions for genuine reasons, but there's so many people that are running behind jobs. Look at when CDC talk about.
Nothing wrong with having job. Everybody wants to work for their company. What you bring to the table, that's why important. That what matters.
Yeah, but Mr. So what I'm saying is people don't want to build institutions. They only want to run behind job. Look at
that is where I had problem too. That is where I got problem.
What? Job?
No,
you don't want to work for your company. Oh, okay.
People don't want to build institutions. They don't want to struggle with you. They just want you to do,
we be on the platform.
I have problem with that one too.
We be on the platform. Then I said, oh, you know what happened? I said if I become Mr. Ford, the platform is not improving. I went to the other group, I went to join the other group. When I go down, I went to the other group. Then when you establish what is your identity? Yeah, we understand there are certain Democrat or Republican cross carpet, but it's not prevalent as we see in Liberia. You can see that the people are only looking for a job. They don't tell you no reason they're leaving. They just join you. Oh.
It's because of
but for Eugene, I think he had a genuine reason for leaving. Yeah, to be honest with you.
He was reconstruct the kid. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Terry.
You know, Pajo always come with a boxing glove, and so you gotta get in the ring a little bit.
So he got a genuine reason.
Yeah.
What is that reason?
What is genuine reason?
I listened to Eugene, right? Eugene was tired with CDC government. He was tired. You know, one of the things that why I told you, I say, when did Eugene Fagon became popular? Eugene Fagon became popular when CDC became when CDC rose to power. That is when you and I started knowing that Eugene is a politician and he have this wisdom and this knowledge and all of that. But before then, we didn't know him. All right. So the brother has just been in the arena for 6 years. He have been prevalent for more than that time. But I mean the on a wide scale, on a wider scale, on a broader scale, Liberians did not know him to have this kind of charisma, all right, that he brings to the table. Whether you like it or not, he have that charisma. All right. No, so you gotta give it to him.
Yeah, he knows how to point. He knows how to.
I'm not telling you
how to get things done.
I'm not telling that Eugene Fagon is not articulate. I'm not saying he's not educated. All I'm saying, I said many politicians in Liberia don't have principles. They just follow where the river is rolling. They can be here today, they say the worst thing about other people, but when that person is in a position to go, oh, my man, I beg you. And I said, that's why then you have to be careful what you say about people. For me, I tell you, what I say about any politician, what you get, I stand by it. It's just me. But we are all different. Because I said, when I say something about somebody, I meant it. And if you ask me tomorrow, I'll say, yeah, I said it. How do you deal with me? You don't deal with me.
You see, Eugene Nangwe, you heard what Eugene Nangwe said about President Weah? Today, who is the right-hand man of President Weah? You ask the CDC now, when you talk about Eugene Nangwe, they will tell you something different.
But you know what happened?
Yeah, when we ask you for anybody, you will tell us anything different.
Yeah.
Like, all right, yeah,
Because
it's
you know what happened?
No, for me,
Losing-
let me tell
losing-
you, Mr. So, for me, I understand the Liberian politics because I've been there. I have voted in Liberia for more than 3. I have voted in Liberia for 2 great elections. So I know, and I was there during those times. I'm not a little kid. I'm 44 years old now. So I have seen a lot in Liberia, and I've seen a lot of Liberian politics. I know how they operate. So the politics in Liberia is not static, it's dynamic. Even the Darrell Dillon you're talking about, Darrell Dillon was once with Ellen. Ellen took Darrell Dillon from Honor Bromsky and took him to America and did a lot of things for him. Later on, Darrell switched. So, and if you look at the way it happens in Liberia, that is how it is. The worst thing, the CDC government, the worst thing they say about Ellen, they used to put her on the something. They used to do all kinds of things. Today, they said a lot how they were going to persecute her. She corrupted that today. They and Ellen in the bed together, just like nothing happened. That's what I told you the other day. I won't be surprised if you guys end up aligning to become alliance with the ANC, the ANC becoming aligned with CDC, because politics in Liberia is dynamic.
Yeah,
I'm not saying this. No, I'm not saying this for us to have a.
You've been saying
why the United Party? Why the United Party cannot align with CDC?
Terry, you're getting to be. You always said this to Imon Josh on this post here. Why is
but I always say, I mean, it's Terry right what to say because Terry politics
in Liberia is not the way the way you see politics in America, well organized, well disciplined, with principles and all that kind of thing, with values. That is not how it is in Liberia. Liberia is a razzle-dazzle country. There are certain things you got to compromise in order for you to get power.
There are so many alternatives here. Unlike in Liberia, that's not the case.
But in fact, so Georgia, the governor is called Zean Miller. Zean Miller was a Democrat. During the Bush time, he wanted to support Bush from Georgia that time. Zean Miller was the Democratic governor. He wanted to support George Bush. So you can't say
you support Joseph Boakai?
I said I can't support Joseph Boakai. I can't support Joseph Boakai.
Why you don't want to support Boakai?
Because Boakai is
but you will sympathize with CDC.
Listen, Terry, I'm not like some of you people. My position has been clear on George Weah. I don't have my position, Terry.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm hypothetically speaking.
No, listen.
I know from your position you will support George Weah. But from your other men position.
What? I would
from
not.
Some of your men position.
Look, listen. If anybody want to support George Weah, that's their business, but I will not support George Weah. Unless I will not support Joseph Boakai. Because Joseph Boakai.
So who you support now? When ANC now make it to the other round,
that's it.
Then you cease your support?
Yeah.
Comey is the only person that you think can get it done?
Listen, I said it before. If the ANC doesn't win the election, I said if Tiawan Congro is in the race, I will support him.
If Tiawan Congro is not there.
I said if whoever be there, other than Joseph Boakai and George Weah.
No, but George President Weah will be there, obviously.
Listen, I'm saying that if anybody that goes to the second round, if that CDC going to the second round.
Suppose it's left between President Weah and that Ambassador Boakai, what will you do?
That's what I told you. I said, I will not support Boakai.
So that means you're going to support President Weah?
No.
So what are you going to do?
That's what it is.
But Mr. So if I don't vote, that's it. But I cannot compromise, Mr. So I cannot compromise my interest. My principles, I cannot compromise it. I have said it, that the George Weah government is corrupt, just at the Unity Party. And they are tribalistic, they both rule. They are tribalistic.
That's a hard charges you put in now.
Joseph Boakai.
That's a hard charges you put.
Joseph Boakai is on tape.
Mr. So that is the dynamic of politics. These guys will easily go with it. with
Mr. So,
CDC.
Joseph
They would
Boakai.
never.
No,
They would
Terry, you
prefer
can sing that CDC
CDC
song.
win the election
Listen,
than Joseph
Terry, you
Boakai
can
win
sing that. You
any
can
day.
sing that CDC
They would
song.
prefer
I don't
that
give
to
a
happen any
hang.
day.
So,
Terry, you can sing your CDC song.
um,
But let me tell you, Terry, there are reasons I said I cannot support Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai, look at people he called them strangers. Who is Joseph Boakai to call another Liberian stranger? He on tape. I can send the video. He on tape. He was had an interview with T-Max. He referred to comment and said,
I thought you guys said Joseph Boakai is not a Liberian. He for Sierra Leone.
now Terry, don't go down the path. You never heard me one day say, I don't question people.
No, but we're not discussing individual. We're talking about party. We're talking about an institution.
No,
and you must understand, Mr. George, that anytime you come on LPR, you representing ANC.
Listen, I speak, but I do not represent ANC. I love ANC, but I do not represent ANC. I speak my mind. Some of you people don't speak your mind. Joseph Boakai Joseph Boakai was on tape calling other people foreigners. That we're not saying that foreigners come and take our country. Who is calling stranger? Joseph Boakai audacity to call out Liberian stranger? Is that because you stay in Liberia and other people left?
Supposed to call you stranger and say I'm not stranger. What's wrong with that?
Mr. George, those are political statements.
If I call you stranger and you just simply tell me you are not a stranger.
You know you're not calling stranger.
Those are political statements.
It's a tune. The setting that you are using. You can
Bromsky said Joseph Boakai is a tribalist. At the end of the day, and JMB end up working with Bromsky.
Listen,
Comey said some things about Joseph Yuma Boakai. At the end of the day, they end up working together.
Listen, no.
Politics is
Terry,
you got to differentiate a political statement from somebody making a denigrating statement against another person that have the potential. But that politics, that political statement.
No, you see, Terry, this is why
you don't take political statement personal.
Terry, you missed the point. So because you're my friend, so as you come and insult it, I say it's politics.
No,
when you have somebody in your race, you think they're gonna tell you say you get wrinkled neck when your eye bust out. What they're gonna call?
But then you should be responsible to live for the consequences of your words.
Listen to what they said about President Weah. I just told you about what you said about President. There are some things he said.
They come down to trace it.
We're not tracing anything. We're saying that in politics, there are political statements that people make.
Just like Jeremiah can lie about those children. You can't just say, oh no, he was speaking different. He didn't mean it this way. No.
Yeah, but it's the thing, and it's a disappointing thing here with all that ridiculous things on the part of Kun. Boakai didn't say anything. Even the establishment did not make use of it in an effective popular relation way. ANC because people so afraid. They're afraid.
So I was saying the other day. I said if I was someone who make decision or in the hierarchy of the ANC, those are clubs I will cut to go play in Grand Gita. Me, I will cut that tape to go play in Grand Gita. Jeremiah Kun, I will cut that tape to go play to go advertising in Grand Gita. Play.
But you ANC man, why you can't tell ANC to play?
No, that was I'm not in the. I don't make decisions.
You see the kind of mindset by George.
But what I'm telling you,
that mindset there is the mindset
politics.
that we're talking about. Okay, so if you can do it now, you telling me what you would do. Yes. Then you trying to tell me that Ambassador Boakai just made one statement, and you running with it. You taking it personal. That based upon that,
no. Let me ask you, am I lying?
So
listen, that's the question.
First of all, what about the Lutheran Church massacre? What if somebody decide to highlight that? What if somebody decide to say, okay, let's look at the Lutheran Church massacre?
Is it Dole running for election?
No, you said that if you got CDC, you are going to take Jeremiah Kun's statement and carry it to Grand Gita. That means you're trying to create confusion.
No.
You're trying to create chaos.
That's commercial.
It's the thing. It's because most of the people they really do not have the strategy, and Liberia electorate is different that of the Western electorate. That's the thing.
That is a propaganda that is tantamount to create chaos. Why? Because you want the Grand Gitas. You want the Grand Gitas now to stand against why would you call that video and carry it to Grand Gita?
Yeah.
What because the Jeremiah words.
They are serving
So the
listen,
people in Grand Julia did not hear it. You got to
oh,
cut it off and go
Jerry,
say it there.
That's my strategy. That's my
For
strategy
what
to
Jerry,
purpose?
convince voters. That's
Jerry,
my strategy.
Oh,
Am I
Jerry,
lying?
Jerry,
No,
but
Terry,
you're not
listen, am I
convincing
lying?
voter. Yeah,
Jerry.
you're not
Let me,
convincing
let
voter
me,
on what you can do, but you're
no,
convincing
no,
voter on
no.
somebody else's
Hey,
statement.
man, Jerry, don't do that. I like your argument, but yeah, don't do that. This is what made Liberia is a sort of different world, and more or less, the public relation aspect in the country is not as effective as it is here.
Yeah.
The propagandas, there are about 7 different types. They get some that appears to be true and they are not true, and there are some that are real. In this case, it's coming from his mouth.
That's all.
But if CDC or even the ANC, where they know Jeremiah Kuhn and Joseph Boyka posted thread, this is a free consultation now. And in this case, he's quite correct. It's more or less applicable. It can be more effective in Grand Julia because it serves as a reminder. You are looking at the downside here, but the politics, the propaganda side is to decrease his vote. That, hey, this is why this guy.
That's why I'm saying that is the kind of politics that is in Liberia. Pap George, on the
Nothing
other
wrong with
hand,
that.
is straightly
in America,
saying that
in America, we do it. Yeah.
Ambassador Boyka said this, he's not going to support him. That's why I'm trying to tell you that the politics.
Yeah. Why you think when election taking place here, there are few states you will see them bombarding, running up, and all of those things. Why you think it's the purpose of that?
To sway voters. I agree with you. I didn't say no. What I'm saying it also have the potential to create chaos. It has the potential to create confusion in voters' minds.
Because you know why?
And they can vent their anger.
Don't use the word the propensity because you want to use that word to make people afraid. No, it doesn't have no potential. The man said it.
Actually, most starting trouble here, Emma Joy. Look at the propaganda Kings coming about. Okay? Yeah, because I mean, this guy, Obi,
and I will take Prince Johnson word and play in Grand Julia, play in Sando, play in Maryland. That's what I would do. And it's not my word. It's their own words. That's what they do here. When me Randy was carrying the dog, he put his dog in the carrier over the car. What Obama then did? They took him right away. They said, "Mess in him." When he talked about
what fashion you did to John Kerry with a swift boat?
Swift boat.
The swift boat business.
The swift boat, yeah.
That's it, but you know, the
but at the end of the day, they shake head, right? They never took anything personal.
But man, I'm not fighting you, Terry. All I'm saying, if I were in the camp of one of those people, I will cut that commercial and play it in Grand.
Why are you not telling them to do it? Why you can't tell them to do it?
Why you can't tell you? That's why I said these are CDC alliances.
So why
they
when you're
all
not in the cycle, why are you helping them here?
Terry tried to look for something to do. That argument is baseless. So I don't want to deal with it. Because you know why you continue to bring the CDC? Because you know what I tell you, it is true. You cannot defend it. Joseph Boyka, I will cut that. I will cut that.
I will not defend it because these are political statements. Anybody can say whatever they want to say during political season. Once you are able to use your political statement to attract voters,
if you say it, you must own it. But you telling me say
then you contradicting yourself. Because if you in a political season, right, and you make a political statement on your opponent, and it is capable of swaying voters to your side, then why are you becoming personal? Why are you becoming personal?
I'm not talking
but you are not taking it personal.
No. Hey, Terry, don't go
there. You
say
Joseph Boyka said
calling
somebody else that the person is not a liability.
I'm not talking about Terry.
Okay, hold on one second here.
When I be personal,
by Joyce,
if you say,
who will get ambassadorial position here when coming? Will you be the ambassador to the United Nations? Terry, when Boyka win, will you be the ambassador at the United Nations?
I think Miss also we just have a conversation.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested. All I want is a better Liberia. That's all I want. Okay. But Terry, let me tell you, I have not come after Joseph Boyka personally. I don't talk about Joseph. It's Eugene Falcon who said Joseph Boyka was 75 years old. He got no young dollar to offer. That Eugene Falcon words. I had never used those words. I don't come after people personally. I don't come about people personally. All I'm saying, because you shaking the page because I said, if I were in the position to to make those kind of decisions. Those are the commercial I will be playing. But Liberia, they don't play no commercial there. It's political commercial, they don't play it. But if I was there,
I will be shaking, Mr. Joe. Anyway,
because you can't defend it. You can't defend it. It's not my words. I'm only putting the people's own words. So it's not being personal. If I say Jeremiah couldn't date the person, I go after him, say something that is not true about him, that's a different thing. But all I'm saying, I'm going to use Jeremiah's own words. I'm going to use Prince Joseph's own words. I'm going to use Joseph Walker's own words. It's not being personal. Being personal is that to go after maybe the medical record, the health condition, this and that. No. It was you just
no, being personal is when you know that this is an option. You see that this option is the right option to take during the time your man lost. Let's, for example, all right, Ambassador Boyka, for Mr. Cummings. For example, Ambassador Boyka lost the election, right? And Mr. Cummings end up with what he mean? End up with President Weah. Mr. Cummings end up with President Weah. And I tell myself that because, Mr. Cummings said this to my standard bearer that I was supporting, I am not going to vote for Mr. Cummings. Even if President Weah win, knowing very well that President Weah will not be a good leader for Liberia, but I would prefer for President Weah to win and deny Mr. Cummings. That is being personal because of a political statement. That is what I'm saying. That's my position.
I think this Cummings' position in the last election, this is something that Unity Party is not willing to let go.
Well, for me, to be honest with you, I'm willing. I told everybody, I said, if and only if Mr. Cummings ended up in the second runner-up with President Weah, I can tell even the Unity Party people, I know that most of them will vote for Mr. Cummings. But Mr. Cummings people, I can tell you, we're all thinking they will support the CDC. And that is what I talk about. That is what I talk about. Because that is the day-to-day politics in Nigeria, Mr. So. I'm trying to tell you, the people from the ANC, they are so hurt. Like what Mr. Mali said, I don't know that Mr. Mali or some that block who. He said, Pato, he said that because of what transpired with that court thing, and they all blaming Ambassador Boyka for it, most of them are very hurt. The surrogates of ANC people are very hurt, and they took it personal.
Does it worth for them to get hurt?
Well, that's their feeling, that their position. But my position is Mr. Cummings is not taking it personal because.
Do you think? Okay, we're coming go now. Do you think Ambassador Boyka did enough to stabilize it, even though we cover an event in Philadelphia when CPP were, because for one day when it started a race apprehension, I say, well, you're gonna work something to say, oh, that I have business, you're not part of, they were probably saying you did that. Do you think Ambassador Boyka, because here is the thing here, the one thing you guys have in common is to unseat this president for whatever political reason. But I still see that healing process is not being put together. Nobody reaching, I don't know what are they reaching, I can't say that for sure because they have not mentioned it. What are they reaching out to? Because at the end of the day, there should be that sort of consolidation to pull one person and the finishing end. I'm not saying the relationship with Unity Party and that of the ANC or CPP now, I don't see that central to hold. And that is dangerous because at the end of the day, I think most likely Boyka would need common political support than he coming. I mean, that's my own personal view. And I'm not sure whether the Boyka folks are working towards that because most of the time, now, in a race, when you say at a certain level, then you try to make yourself like an underdog, make yourself like a dumb side, so that you can be like a deal breaker because at the end of the day, you want to go. But they're not doing it. So most likely, like you said, I will agree with that because you're not working towards it. CDC might most likely to benefit from that.
Mr. So, CDC, let me tell you something about what is going to happen, right? Because, first of all, the ANC people,
whatever like me up. and
the
throw it.
ANC people carry the narrative that Ambassador Boga lied on Mr. Cummings, blah blah blah, and that is not true. They always say that Ambassador Boga lied on Mr. Cummings in court, and that is not true. But
he addressed himself to that, Ambassador Boycott.
Yes, what you mean? Whether he addressed himself to that in what term? Like what
himself.
the accusation?
They were all together, and for some reason,
Mr. So you and I know he's muted. You are muted. What your name? Pajo, you are muted. I don't like to really go into that because it pulls up a whole lot of stuff. Because the thing is clear, all right. The document was there, and the people said they did not affix the signature to a document that stated that you know once you disembark.
Let me get a personal view. Do you think? Let me get a personal based on your support. Perhaps maybe he has been talking inside. Do you think Ambassador Boycott believed within himself those documents there was some alteration on the part of ANC or Cummings?
But Mr. So even the Cummings people admitted to alteration, but they claimed that it was minor. They said that there were some words that were changed, there were some letters that were changed, but they were minor. They were not alterations that had the propensity to hurt any political leader.
Was that done in the absence of the other collaborators? Was that the case?
That is what the three political parties said, that there were things that they did not affix the signature to, of which the court ruled.
Do you strongly believe that? Do you strongly believe that was the fallout? That was the reason of the fallout?
So I my point of argument is this: three political parties will not come up to say that they were not aware of such and such and such, unless because first of all, you must understand that these three political leaders, they were all from different views at the time. They were not together to say, oh yeah, we together and we're supporting one person. So I do believe that something transpired. But what I believe that transpired,
what could that be? Because
what I believe transpired was there was an agreement that bind the three political parties or the four political parties that no one, if
that document was a disaster in the first. It was
the first document, yes. But they themselves went and altered it, and now in the alter of the second phase of the document, they claiming that they did not affix the signature to a document that stated that you cannot leave the party. That if you leave the CPP, you cannot fuel any candidate in other elections. That's what they said. They said you cannot fuel any candidate. And Mr. Bellete was on the radio, and he said that particular clause was inserted there to protect Mr. Cummings. All right. So, in my opinion, there was something that was altered, but it was not damaging to the political parties.
Let me my whole take on this whole CPP.
You are muted, Mr. George. You are muted.
Yeah, I think Mr. Cummings want him to talk now. Enough for me, yo. Enough for me, yo. My whole take here. These people, they went into this process without then having a strategic plan. You people now, the Unity Party, the ALP, and ANC, all they were wanting as a face cap. We want to move George Weah and the CDC government. How? The short-term aspect, the long-term. What do we need to do? They didn't resolve their own inside stuff. They didn't do their own diligence, so they just went with that. As a result, there was very apprehension within their very self, even though they were forming that collaboration. But I see it was on a short-term basis. Okay, let's just do this to get the attentions of public sentiment, or we all together. But there was no plans to make sure that even if they didn't want everybody to feel, which is a strategy, I think they were sat around the table for them to have a real, genuine conversation, and everybody agree, consent to it, and then the document kicks off. But that didn't happen. But there was one aspect. Oh, we want more Joy Weah. Joy Weah, CDC cover. This happened, that happened. So they look at how the public want to perceive it, or want to put together everything going to be okay. But they didn't also do their own work or how to protect their collaboration. That didn't happen. So
you see, Mr. So that's why I don't like to discuss this whole CPP scenario, because if you go deep into this whole thing, you will find out that even Mr. Yue have not come up publicly to say that that was a lie. That, you know, they were, even the court rule, when the court ruled that that particular clause cannot deny any, according to the Constitution of Liberia, that clause that was inserted into that document cannot and does not have the right to deny any political leader from withdrawing from the CPP. I mean, any political party from withdrawing from the
Is that
CPP.
Vasco?
That was what the court ruled.
Okay, Vasco,
You know.
can say because you made me to put a number on here. The Tabata we're talking here too much, right? The ANC man and the Unity Party man. What's up, my man?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you for having me. One thing I want to say, you know, I joined the show late and I listened to my brother speaking. One thing I want the Unity Party people, if at the opposition, to note is this. The reason why these people are forming collaboration, because they knew very well that a single party cannot defeat the ruling party. This is Africa. This is the reason why they try to form the collaboration. But now, one group in this collaboration that they believe that they can win George Weah without the ANC or without all of in the opposition. That's the notion they're coming out with. And that is the reason why you see them beating all kinds of drums, threatening the people.
I didn't hear
all
any.
kinds of things.
But we are you know,
defeat or CDC. Now you look at it and say, no, I think we can do this by ourselves. And it's going to be difficult. And what they are doing more that will hurt them, they have started attacking the ANC.
I don't understand. I don't really get it myself. I don't understand what's happening with these people.
Yeah, because so, you know, when defeat we have to come, it can all kinds of ways. They saw what happened during the 2020 election. They hold together and they saw what they did in Bolsonaro. Okay, they are not taking note on the number of votes that Thomas Fala got in Bolsonaro, CDC. They are not looking at that. Now they have divided themselves in this manner, and then the other group thinking that when they go to the election, they will be able to win. So if this election goes second round, knowing that the ruling party got money can influence anything. So when we get to that second round with a kind of you listen to Billy saying, people saying that the Professor Joe, we are now then Boaka. So we have people.
So Vasco.
Yes.
So this speaks to me how these people, I don't know, I don't like to call it political leader. It speaks to me that they just do not have any control over their people. They are not willing to take any political risks, because I can't just imagine this. I didn't see this happen in 1985. There was some sort of consolidation. But time like this, if they believe that they should unseat this guy, and for them to be behaving the same way they're behaving, attacking, they're not even leaving the room for accommodation to sit at the table. So then it advantages the ruling establishment. I don't understand why they are doing this.
Yeah, so you know, when you just grab people from around the place that don't know much about politics, but they behave like they know everything, that people are using baton because he sat on radio before and said few things about George Weah, and then George Weah won the election. So he have that entitlement that he can make what the win. That's the entitlement that they can win George Weah in this election. And they are mistaken. They are mistaken because you see what is happening. I tell people, CDC is just trying to target two countries. There are two countries, are Nima country and Lofa country. And when you see the kind of a momentum in Nima country, what CDC is doing, they're cleaning around Prince Johnson. All of that Prince Johnson got a vote. But they clear around Prince Johnson. All those guys that used to support Prince Johnson to win Nima over women, most of them go to the CDC. So it's going to be tough. And some of us in Lopa, we see what is going on there right now. So the state is playing this kind of a game. And I can tell you, better than the chairman, better than you know about United Party. Because the place the attack is going, it's going. So who is thinking?
So do you think he's speaking the language of Mr. Cummings? If he the party chairman and he say he's not going to do it, do you think his standard bearer will align with him?
Definitely. Trust me. Better they got a voice in that party.
You get a voice. You get a voice. Let's assume here. Let's temporarily conduct a process here, not NEC, our own NEC here. Say Ambassador Boyka and President we are, of course, two top contenders. That's my own opinion. I'm not putting the ANC people down. And what happened in 2017? With Cummings, will he put a public statement out there who vote for Ambassador Boyka or go and decide for yourself? What do you think he's going to be saying?
I think Cummings will come and say, you can go and decide for yourself. But I also want to make this point. CDC, we were one of the parties, we are the popular party in the country. But we couldn't just win the United Party. And we formed a collaboration with the NPP and the LPDP. And they said it right there, they saw what happened in the election. Even when we win the first round, we couldn't get the number to win the percent to win the election.
Right.
We have to merge with other parties.
Which most likely would be the same thing. It might be the repeat again.
Yes. There was no bad blood. You find the full local stuff in Georgia, you got a number 16. And we went to the election today, the South is still winning. They forget it, they're not even taking what happened in Zambia.
So Vasco, let me say Vasco. Are you a sedition? A CDC happened was what going on within the Unity Party and that of ANC? It favors them politically.
So we're going to, and this is where we have the advantage because we're going to make it work. I'm telling you.
What we do? Let hear the G's.
No, these people don't know we got people playing there. We can call me right now.
No, we're not on air again. We're not on air.
They won't go what they singing like they won't go with join the Unity Party. Trust me. When the election goes second round, the thing that will happen everyone will be full. And it will be a disaster. Unity Party.
Mr. So, I want to push back on that thing he's saying about the political parties. Unity Party have political parties that have joined them. Unity Party have a collaboration with MDR. How you say the Unity Party is not having a collaboration?
MDR is that Ellis Tyler?
That Prince Johnson Party.
MDR.
Then we also have Mandela Cooper Party with us. Oh. We got Tyler also with us. Then we got half of LP2, Liberty Party. So don't say a Unity Party do not have. They're not. We don't. Liberty
Party that we know.
We can force.
Control.
My brother, Liberty Party is divided. Whether you like it or not, Liberty Party is divided. Liberty Party is not controlled.
We don't recognize.
No, we don't recognize. Yeah, because so you know, the one
that you don't recognize Yombi as the Senate bearer for Liberty Party. Then who is the Senate bearer for Liberty Party?
You're good never.
You got to look at the party you got. The Prince Johnson Party you got. Why you think Prince Johnson strong? But
Prince Johnson won. He came third place in 2017. Don't say just Nima. They make him third place in elections. Presidential candidate. You say the man. In 2011, you know what Prince Johnson's position was? 2011. That Ellie had to go for him. But that's what we're telling you now. Prince Johnson is not running. And whose side is he on? Is he on the CDC side or is he on Unity Party side? So you guys got to rethink.
Okay, guys.
You guys ready got to rethink. You guys got to rethink, my brother. It's not going to be a free ride. Yeah.
Okay, Terry. Yeah, I don't know what really going on with ANC and
Mr. So you see
Unity Party.
the political landscape of Liberia, that is just how it is. The man with the man what you denigrate, you caused yesterday to today. You and that man will be walking hand in hand. If you look at the ANC now, they don't talk anything about, they don't condemn anything about President We Are government too much. They don't go deep in criticizing President We Are government. If you watch the ANC very closely. And the bad thing that I will laugh about, even if President We Are wins the election, they will not be successful because, first of all, President We Are have not forgotten that he believed, the CDC-led government believed, that it was the standard bearer of the ANC that lobbied for sanctions to come to CDC-led government. That is where the bad blood was between CNC and the CDC and ANC. The President We Are have not forgotten that. So any alliance, even if President We Are wins the elections tomorrow, they still will not stand a chance.
Let me ask you a
question. Win even in 2029. So they should just move their mind from on it.
Yeah, the all things considered for something yet. But let me ask you a question. It's off the radar. Why did ANC and Unity Party did not adopt the style of CDC coalition? CDC made her position clear when they had that thing there. They wanted a power board. They wanted a jackpot. They look at the next party that were coming on board with the strength, more or less NPP. They cut a political deal. Now there were 4 parties that put together. Out of the 4, 2 expressed their interest of contesting. It makes it easier to create a conversation. Why did Unity Party and ANC had a sort of conversations and do what I call proportionate, positions and all of that to narrow it down? That would have been better. Why they didn't do that?
They didn't do that because, let me tell you, one of the major reasons why the ANC and the United Party would never hold, I must say this clearly tonight, is because the ANC was not successful to become the standard bearer of the CPP. That is the real reason why that bad blood is there. The bad blood between those people is not on the foundation of what happened to Mr. Cummings in court. Those people are aware that it was Mr. Ure who took Mr. Cummings in court, influenced by the government. Because at the time, President Weah was angry with Mr. Cummings because of the sanction propaganda that he was hearing. Because at that time, you must understand, the Solicitor General was not yet sanctioned. But they were hearing that Mr. Cummings was lobbying for sanction to come on his government. So because of that, that is why he influenced the Solicitor General along with Mr. Ure them that had decided to persecute Mr. Cummings because the bad blood was between the CDC and Mr. Cummings. So when all that things settled,
what did Ambassador Boyka do to civilize that since he was part of that thing?
Ambassador Boyka couldn't have done anything because you must understand that the battle here that was being fought, it was out of the hands of Ambassador Boyka. He could not have, Ambassador Boyka could not have silenced and said Mr. Ure down and said, look, you know what, let's forget about this thing.
Are you saying that it was the GOL uses Ure to get to come into court? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Mr. So, I'm saying that the GAL saw an opportunity and they took advantage of it. I will just leave it right there. They saw an opportunity and they tried to take advantage of that opportunity.
Ambassador Boyka endorsed that opportunity?
Well, I would ask, because Ambassador Boyka was subpoenaed to the court. We must also understand that. It was almost like Ambassador Boyka never wanted to testify. But we saw that Ambassador Boyka was subpoenaed by the Solicitor General to come to court. And he came to court and testified exactly on the ground of what he knew that transpired between them. And the ANC people said no.
Was there after that, was there any conversation you know about with he, Ambassador Boyka, maybe to have gone further to explain I needed to do this, blah, blah, blah. Even though sometimes you play that political softball, was that something of such done, you think?
Yes, I heard that there were several attempts on 3 occasions. I even heard that they went to Ghana. I heard that there were several attempts, but to no avail. All the attempts may fail, because you must also understand that there was a propaganda that the Communist faction never wanted for Ambassador Boyka leadership to really succeed, because obviously Ambassador Boyka was not playing. You never wanted for his leadership to, because you must understand that the battle was between Ambassador Boyka and Mr. Cummings for the CPP slot, for him to go as the standard bearer and Ambassador Boyka go as the VP. And in my opinion, I myself recommended, at the time I was supporting Mr. Cummings, I myself recommended that Mr. Cummings.
So what? You were supporting Cummings at the time? And you jumped?
Yeah, there was one time I was not fully yet supporting him, but I was sympathizing with Mr. Cummings in the CPP as being the best candidate for the race. I was sympathizing with that.
Then what happened?
Well, I felt within myself that Mr. Cummings, after discovering new discoveries about, some irregularities I saw, first of all, I saw that Mr. Cummings was being played with because he was ignorant to the day-to-day politics in Liberia. So my fear was that if Mr. Cummings do become president, even though he have a good heart, he's a genuine man, he will not be able to make it because of the political gurus that understood the day-to-day politics that was going to take advantage of him. So
why you didn't do all of the due diligence and you took that decision first?
No, I did not make an open decision that Mr. Cummings, you are the one I'm supporting. But I had that notion, I had that support in my mind that, I think Mr. Cummings would be a better option. Why? Because he's coming from the corporate world, coming to Liberia, he could do great. But then looking at it critically, when I start to see his mistakes and, some things, I found out that he was ignorant to the day-to-day politics of Liberia. In order for you to rule Liberia, you have to understand the cookishness, the deception in the politics in Liberia. You got to understand it. Once you can understand it, you will not know how to fight it. Once you don't know how to fight it, the country will go into chaos. So and before you realize it, it will be late.
Do you think he found himself with the wrong people, not understanding them much better, and jumped the guns to form that political alignment? Do you think that was the case?
Well, I think the political alliance was righteous. It was with good intent, but I think in my mind that there were some people in that political alliance, like we've been saying on the network, that shouldn't have been in that political alliance.
Example.
That is my opinion. I'm not going to call names. I'm not going to get into trouble tonight. Maybe I already caused trouble, but yeah, in my opinion, Mr. So, there were some people
from the Unity Party side or the ANC.
Well, from all parties, I would tell you from three major
parties. Let's narrow it down. From the ANC or Unity Party.
Well, I will not call name, but
no,
yeah,
I'm not asking you to call
from both ends, from both the ANC end, the UP end, the ALP end. There were a lot of cross session. Even the LP. You listen to Darrell Dillon, Senator Darrell Dillon the last time. He said Councillor Bronsky never wanted for Mr. Cummings. He did not approve the ANC alliance. So there were already something under the bridge. But what we were seeing was just the surface. But there were things that were going on behind the scene that we never knew about that was happening. All right. So, obviously we knew that the ANC, the whole entire thing was not going to work.
Wow. All right, my man. What a overtime we did tonight without pay.
Yeah, we did a lot of overtime.
But yeah, my man. Ajimo, Frederick, what's up? You will have the Libra tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. Who is in trouble? Who come and go home now? All of these parties here. Who is really in? Who is in on edge here or some kind of way in? trouble? Who got a reason to rejoice and to be say, oh, this thing is going on our side?
Obviously, I would say the Unity Party. You saw the crowd they put out the last time. But again, people say crowd politics. It is also true. Myself, I don't preach crowd politics. But looking at everywhere
No, I think
the
there's
ambassador,
mentioned. I would say there's I don't too much in Accra, but I don't know where the momentum came from lately with the ambassador, but for some reason it just came
yeah,
and spread like a.
the momentum changed because of the caliber of people the ambassador is working with. You see, if you can have people like Yombly Kanga Lawrence, and that is what you can have people like Yombly Kanga Lawrence, Darius Dillon, Jeremiah Kuhn, Prince Johnson, and be thinking about, Medela Cooper. These are formidable voices, whether you like it or not. With the like of Yeke Koloba, even though I don't support him, and his voice, the way he abuses a lot, I don't agree with that. But you have these people that have the potentiality to
I'm not sure where. I'm not sure
they
where,
got a lot of followers.
how this whole arrangement went with. Anyway, it's from the Liberty Party. Obviously, most ability.
The only thing I regret, Mr. So, is that I regret Henry Costa falling off this particular route, because in my opinion, if things were, we would have been seeing Henry Costa becoming the next senator, closer to Darrell Dillon. That's the only thing I regret in this whole saga.
Yeah, and I said that to something to here, but sometimes they say it, and Costa, he's a very great, talented person, but I think he allowed his ego to supersede and makes him to like get ahead of his shadow. That happens. Look, when you find yourself in a group or groups, different group in this case, and I noticed that where it started falling apart, and we had that discussion when Comey was chairperson. CPP is not a political institution; it's a pressure group which align with the opposition to kind of make them much stronger because they were bringing in other young generation. But when Cummings became chairperson, he was advocating. That's where things fell apart. He was advocating, trying to get to be part of some sort of committee, and the Cummings folks and Cummings denied that. Right there, hell broke loose. That's the very first thing he and Cummings they start falling apart. Yet there was still room, but when you start going ballistic on Comey, Boyka didn't say anything. I said something to you. I said it was a wrong thing, and then the worst of us to make that sort of endorsement because he was crucially positioned. His voice, when after the whole thing was going on, it was the kind of time he's supposed to come out of the shell. Trust me, all of his supporters, they were gonna. But when he jumped ahead after Cummings, folks refused to accommodate because they wanted to be, and Cummings was right because they are not political party. It is when a political party should be. You are just a pressure group. You are adding, which is okay. You could have had like a backyard conversation with any of them. Hey, if I do this, this is what I expect in return. Politician does that, and everywhere it's all over the place. But instead, they hire other folks who are doing, and then when he came to still make an endorsement, the Nyombli and all of that, I said to something to you, I said that was the wrong thing because they should allow the process to play out. And then finally, when they see how the voters, they see how the momentum, then they can make a political decision. But they became a referee, they became a match commissioner, they were players at the same time. So right there was an apprehensions of higher level growth from the ANC was to say, oh, based on what they were saying when you heard Imon George here calling him stranger, this and that, I said, oh, okay, maybe there was a big deal already caught. These guys, I joined them, but they already had a plan that they were going to undercut me. That's why the whole team messed up. that's why it messed up. He Costa should have stayed out of this whole thing. When you look public the wavelength now, everybody's saying is that well, I'm making decisions based on what I see for myself. But when you don't allow the process to start changing it from VPS to WPS and this one, that one. So definitely the common folks knew that hey, these people are pulling strings, they were trying to find a way to throw him out. Right there's a breakdown of confidence.
But and you see, one of the things is that so that is the common people they take things personal. If I was Mr. Cummings, right after that thing happened between Henry Costa and Ambassador Boca, I would call Henry Costa. But because Henry Costa said a whole lot of things about him, so he said, okay, you know what? The people will leave him, let him drown. And that is one of the things that you don't want to do in a political. You see, Eugene Fagon said a lot of things about Ambassador Boca. Ambassador Boca called him. Henry Costa said a lot of things about Ambassador Boca. In fact, the name Rescue that Henry Costa brought that name. The name Tree that Eugene Fagon brought that name Tree. So in politics in Liberia is dynamic. It's not like other countries. Somebody can go on social media and say all kinds of things about you.
There are people that have own personal feelings they can put into it. That's the danger.
Can put into it. That's the danger. And that is why I'm telling Pat George that he will not understand me now. And most of the comments people, they don't understand that. They see it from that perspective wherein once the person says something against my political leader, you have problem with them forever.
They don't pause a little bit. By the time they call their leader, their blood start running through their vein like they're going to execute them. Come on.
Look at what Jeremiah Kun said yesterday about Joseph Yima Boka. Today, where is Jeremiah Kun? Look at Prince Johnson. What Prince Johnson said about Joseph Boka. Today, where is he? So that is why the people say they perfect their wisdom.
Prince Johnson, I can tell you he's another alligator.
So obviously, we know. But
you're not sleeping with your two eyes. You're watching.
We're sleeping with the collars near us and one eye open.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you too, Mr. So have a good night.
So much, Nepa. What a crazy night here. But anyway, sometimes the high gotta be. The time is already by. All right, guys. To all folks, let me just give this the last one here before I go. Thank you so much. Oh, let me see here.
Gentlemen, the rescue team, a message for you.
This crazy thing kind of make my day today. So I started the day some kind of other way this morning, work related, but as soon as I send this video here, it just kind of burst me into laughter, and I just thought I'd share. I know many of you are here.
People have a dream.
They have a dream.
They keep you. They do it. They never play. Nothing ever can.
Oh my God.
This is number one. The people went somewhere.
And what happened?
Who are them? My sister was right there. Oh, the poor are there. The other there.
Thank you so much, Nettie, for always being here. We are trying to show face here too, so we can have a conversation. Actually, leave it over.
So much time. Don't call my name. I had the cheese. Cheese number two. The people want to go home. But no road. They say the road spoiled. No way to go, people. Everybody using Ivory Coast. Tanane. Can't be true that they want a new road. They all being there. All the bypass. But they think here is shameful. So they living it on different things. My people are liars.
Yeah, good night, folks. Have a pleasant evening.